Hello. Heidi ho. How are you? I'm okay. Thanks for asking. But seriously, hello, welcome to Criminally Confident. My name is Lacey Meeks, and no, it's not because I am so confident in my criminality. It is because I am too confident for my own good that it should be criminal. So, thank you for coming and joining me today. We've already gotten a donation for $10 for Pearl Puppy Cam. Um, Pearl has been so excited. If you don't already know this, Pearl is my French bulldog. Pearl is like soaking this up coming in here. She thinks that when I talk to my phone, A of all, she thinks I'm crazy, but B of all, she's like, this is the treat feeder because when I go into the special room and she talks into the square thing, I get treats. So, um, I mistakenly did not grab said treats. And when I tried to coax her in here, she looked at me like I was dumb. That's also the temperament of a French bulldog. But you will see her nevertheless in the next 20 minutes or so. She'll come in here. She's just playing hard to get right now. I hope everyone had a good day off. I know that it was helpful for me, so I appreciate you guys giving me some grace with that. It's holidays are always weird, and I just I needed to nap, as awful as that sounds. I came in here and I started getting ready around 3:15 for my show, and I thought I was, like, nodding off, and that wasn't good. So, I was like, "You know what? Today is, like, a snow day," even though it was, like, 54 degrees. Hopefully, it was warm where you guys were, uh, but that's kind of where we have, been for the last 24 hours. I just wanna let you guys know a few housekeeping details. Housekeeping. If you could please make sure to like this stream and subscribe to the channel. Even if you're watching on replay, it helps my algorithm significantly so we can get more eyes on this channel. If you are not already aware, this channel has just exploded over the last 3 weeks. We're going into 1 month, 4 weeks. It has gone from 500 subs to 1,600 last time I checked. No, I'm sorry, 1,200. I've gotten a gain of like 600 subs in 3 weeks. And we I finish up my streams usually with anywhere between the high 20s to 50,000 views. So that has been great. You guys are seeming to like what I've been putting out. So I appreciate that. I appreciate your viewership and your support. So here's where we are going to like, oh, I just got proposed to. Um, I can't marry you. I'm sorry. So I am I have a bit of a predicament. I have been going through the the testimony for this trial, and oh my god, it is so boring where we are at right now. Like, you guys want me to be honest with you, I'm being honest with you. So I have been like racking my brain trying to figure out how to make this something that will keep everyone's interest. And in doing so, I have rationalized what you guys can see as a pinned comment in the chat. And it's not because I think that Casey Anthony is innocent. All right, we have Pearl. Pearl. All right, say hello, Pearl. Say oink, 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 oink. Where is my treat? You got me over here. Where is it? This is Pearl Bailey. She is 10 years old, and I got a donation to show her on screen. So we are showing Pearl. And the next thing that I'm buying, in addition to a chair and headphones, is going to be a camera where we can show Pearl or the other puppies at all times while we're talking. So that's going to be a good addition. Goals, #goals. All right, Pearl, sit down. If you hear snoring throughout the stream, that is Pearl. Okay, so thank you, maybe not for so. Okay, let me start that over. Thank you, maybe, for the dono so much. It is greatly appreciated. And I know that Pearl really enjoyed her treat. So thank you very much. And Merry Christmas. Happy Kwanzaa. Whatever you're doing, just do it. So we are going to start. It's ironic. We skipped over this part. And I'm taking us back to it because the more and more I think about it, the more and more I understand why this was a witness on day 4 towards the beginning and not day 10. And another thing, unsolicited opinions. Well, shit, you guys are on my channel, so you obviously are at least semi-interested in knowing what I think. I think the state lost this case by putting up boring ass people with way too much like forensic, not forensic, but like minuscule details that how are you supposed to keep track of everything? Like this is just, I was up at 10:30 this morning and going through testimony and I was like, people are going to fall asleep if I just show this without picking different pieces of it up. Hi, Kevin. Welcome to the channel. Thanks for commenting. So hopefully, if we get through or we get to a boring point, you guys let me know if you are like snooze fest and we can tweak things up a little bit. But I'm just going to the tow truck driver. I think that was a grave mistake on my part to not show his testimony. And for that, I am sorry, but we're not too far gone at all because where we left off the other day were Casey's visits in jail. And up until that point, they still hadn't found Casey. So, or Kaylee. So I'm going to get this started. Make sure, again, to like and subscribe. That helps the algorithm a lot. I would really appreciate it. Okay. Nope.
Mr. Anthony actually informed.
Yes, ma'am.
And their driver.
We have to go all the way to the end.
Tampa Bay Lightning, Game 7. Should be very thrilling. They tell me it's no holds barred.
Never mind.
In Wisconsin.
Did you ever live in Orlando?
We're just starting over.
LLORYPARKER.
I had this all
Yeah,
queued up
You may.
too.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Parker, how old are you?
27.
Are you working now?
Yes.
What
Property where vehicles are stored.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Is there a distinction
Fair.
made for private tows or tows that are generated by a law enforcement agency or some other reason for tow?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us how that works.
The vehicles are segregated in that particular yard, depending on what department had the vehicle towed and why the vehicle was towed. Due to the volume of vehicles that we had through the yard, it made documenting, processing, and maintaining those vehicles a lot easier if they were marked accordingly and stored accordingly in their own individual locations.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as LG for identification. Can you see a photograph in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it that we're looking at?
That's an overhead view of the storage facility at 7777 Narcoossee Road.
All right. Now, since 2008, there has been some work done to Narcoossee Road.
Yes, ma'am. It's been widened.
Did that require some changes to the actual record yard?
Minor changes to the front of the yard. Yes, ma'am. The fence line was brought back by recollection, probably about 100 feet from the road line from where it used to be. It follows the same contour. It's just probably about 100 to 125 feet closer to the property than it was before.
Okay. Other than the changes that were necessitated as a result of the widening of Narcoossee Road, is this photograph a fair and accurate representation of the layout of the yard of Johnson's Record back in June and July of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce LG for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
To be received in evidence is states numbered.
Permission to publish this item. Okay, Mr. Birch, first of all, over here, the area that I've indicated with red, what is that?
That's Narcoossee Road.
Okay. The area that I've tried to circle, in red, what is that?
That's the mobile home trailer that's located. The physical address is 7781 Narcoossee Road for that.
Now, you've mentioned that this entire compound is fenced.
That is correct.
Can you show us where that is on the diagram? And you can use that as well and use your finger to indicate the fenced area.
The front fence line starts here, runs down all the way beyond the end of this picture, and would run like this all the way up here, here. And that would
All right,
be
I'm going to go find
external
Peggy.
perimeter.
I'll be right back.
How does the general public gain access to the tow yard?
There's a gate entranceway off of Narcoossee Road, and during regular business hours, the double gate would be unlocked. The gate entry into the yard was always kept closed, even during business hours, and there was parking provided in front of the office for members of the general public to park their vehicle, and then they'd approach the window of the office, which was bulletproof glass with a speakeasy window in the middle of it.
Do you have bulletproof glass there for a reason?
That actual window, when this office was remodeled, that window came from
you hit the
our
like
other
button?
facility, which had bulletproof glass all around for reasons, I guess, in the past. And when we remodeled this facility, we just installed it as a means of protection should we need it. And that way we didn't have to have any physical contact with the customers when they first approached the building. It was just something that the company felt was a better form of security for the employees.
People generally aren't happy when they come to the tow yard to pick up their vehicle.
No, man,
Wow.
people are never happy when they come to a tow yard to pick up their vehicle.
Okay. I thought I
So
was
when someone would
crazy at
arrive
first, but
there,
that makes
how
sense.
would they access a car that's been towed?
Well, the procedure would be, so as we had the yard secured, once they approached, the office was always manned when there was someone, when the facility was open. And so as a vehicle would approach, you could see it from anywhere in the office, and therefore the dispatcher or the clerk on duty would approach the glass from our side, and then the member of the general public would walk down the steps and approach the window. There was a sign above the window that said, "This is the window you come to," and it was fairly obvious where you needed to go. And then they'd come up to the window and explain what they were there for.
You stole my car, man.
You said that Johnson's Tower had received a 98 Pontiac Sunfire on June 30th of 2008. Did you have contact with it on that day?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall where it was stored during the time it was at Johnson's Wrecker.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that location shown on this diagram?
Yes, it is.
Let me see if I can switch the color for you. I'm trying to get it.
I'm going to whip out
All
the
right.
blue today.
Try that, and if you could, with the mark, indicate where the vehicle was stored.
It was stored right on the end here, a little bit close right there, where that shrub is now.
Oh, look at that. That's pretty.
At the time, that shrub was kept trimmed when I was there, but the vehicle was parked right there on the corner.
All right. Did it stay there the entire time it was there?
Yes, ma'am.
How long was the vehicle on the property at Johnson's Wrecker?
I don't recall the exact length of time. If I remember rightly, it was around about 2 weeks.
Right, Lee? Right then.
When a vehicle is on property for that long, do you have some rules or regulations that you have to follow as it relates to the disposal of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
What would those be?
Depending on why the vehicle was towed and the year of the vehicle, depended on how we dealt with it and how we processed it. The state of Florida gives towing and recovery companies the opportunity to reclaim the vehicle if it's not picked up, to recoup some of the losses involved with towing and storage. One of my jobs as the operations manager was to determine, should the vehicle reach its time limit and the vehicle would be disposed of, whether or not that would be a vehicle that we would title and resell on, or it would be a vehicle that we would dispose of by crushing it and scrapping it out. So at some point, I would make the determination during the time the vehicle was on property to start the mental process of what we were going to do with it, should it stay the duration of its time frame.
Okay. How long is that before you all take action, either to retitle the vehicle in your name or the company's name, or to dispose of it in some other fashion?
Depending on the year of the vehicle, ma'am, there was a cutoff point, and I don't remember exactly what the year was, but it was either 35 days or 50 days.
Is there some obligation to make an attempt to notify the registered owner of the vehicle's location?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that. How is that achieved?
On the third business day, the notification was handled by our main office. When we processed the paperwork, it was entered into our computer system. And on the third business day that the vehicle was with us, a letter would be generated to the last registered owner of the vehicle, which was the name that appeared on the tag talk. And that letter would be generated and sent via certified mail to that registered owner of the vehicle, notifying them that we have the vehicle, and as of that date, what the charges would be to pick up the vehicle and where the vehicle was located. As
it relates to this 98 Pontiac Sunfire, since you indicated it was on property for approximately 2 weeks, did you take any steps to evaluate how that vehicle should be disposed of?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
Normally on the third day of a vehicle being on property, third or fourth day, I would start paying a little more attention to it. We had quite a high turnover of vehicles in and vehicles out, so it didn't behoove me to pay a lot of attention to a vehicle unless it sat for a few days. Mm-hmm. And I can't be specific, but around about the fourth or fifth day that we'd had the vehicle, I went up to it and gave it a cursory external inspection to determine what condition it was in, as to whether or not, should the vehicle last, the duration, it would be worth our while titling the vehicle and going through the expense of getting keys and whatever else would be necessary to make the vehicle sellable. I would have looked at the external condition of the vehicle, around the vehicle, underneath the vehicle, through the windows of the vehicle, look at the interior. I was not permitted to enter the vehicle, and the vehicle remained locked because it wasn't our vehicle, and therefore at that time it wasn't. We were not allowed to gain entry to the vehicle. Okay. So my inspection was limited to a visual external and through the glass of the vehicle.
I take from your testimony that you didn't have the keys to the vehicle. Okay. Did you make an independent determination that the doors of the car were locked?
Yes, ma'am.
Just by pulling the handle?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall at the time you made this cursory evaluation of the vehicle, after it had been there for 3 or 4 days, whether or not you noticed any odor emanating or coming from the vehicle in any way?
As I was looking around the vehicle, there was nothing really noticeable at all until I put my hand up against the glass to shield the sun and look through the windows. And at that point, I did notice a fairly strong odor emanating from the vehicle, yes.
Now,
Baby is a queen.
How long total have you been in the towing business?
With the exception of a 2-year hiatus in the mid-90s, it's been almost 30 years.
And during that 2-year hiatus, what job did you have?
I was the operations supervisor for waste management in Madison.
He went to find
What is waste management?
They're a refuse and recycling company.
garbage?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be fair to say that you've been exposed to a wide variety of odors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever had the opportunity in your 30 years as in the towing business to come across a vehicle in which there had been a dead body?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about that experience.
I couldn't be specific as to how many, 6, 7, 8
Oh.
times maybe in my
Oh,
career. But I've
Gosh.
had the misfortune to either tow or process or be involved with a vehicle that's had some kind of long-term fatality in it, as opposed to traffic fatalities, which I've been to, unfortunately, hundreds and hundreds. But a long-term, yes, it's
Oh,
been
no, not
several
Otis.
occasions.
All right. In 2008, was there a vehicle on another part of this property that was stored
Oh,
after an individual had committed suicide in it,
Yes, ma'am.
and that those remains had not been found for several days?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
I
You had
have
the
so-
opportunity to smell that.
I have like crazy stuff to tell you guys once this video is finished. So stay tuned. I think we have like 9 more minutes.
Odor of that separate vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
You had
It's
talked
about
about
this.
being in the waste
Good
management
information, too.
business. Having experience in that, did you become familiar with the varying odors of all manner of garbage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How about items that people would leave in their car that after they were arrested, where the car had to be towed or they broke down?
Sure.
Tell us about the range of experiences that you've had with items left in cars.
Towing for many law enforcement agencies over the years. I've towed or been around numerous vehicles that have been towed for DUIs or from breakdowns that people occur on their way back from shopping, from restaurants with food left in the car. Been exposed to multiple different scenarios of pretty much anything you can imagine being left in a vehicle. Most people don't expect their vehicles to be towed, and therefore day-to-day life goes on. People get injured in accidents on the way back from the grocery store, and they wait a week to come and pick up the groceries that were in the car they left in the aftermath of the accident. So there have been many different scenarios.
Having had that varied experience, can you distinguish between the scent of trash or garbage and the scent of decomposing human remains?
Overall,
Maybe's response.
In my opinion, and my experience, the smell of decomposition is unique in comparison to the smell of rotten food or rotten garbage or anything else.
It's an awful smell.
It's a very unique, distinctive smell.
When you smell that, do you, in your opinion, know the difference?
Yep, PD,
Yes, ma'am.
you were right.
You said that when you did your cursory inspection and put your hands up to the glass to shield the sun, you noticed an odor
Yes, ma'am.
at that point. Were you able at that juncture to make any connection as to whether or not that was garbage or something else?
It was an odor consistent to what I'd smelled in the past when it comes to decomposition. The car is fairly well sealed, so without being able to enter the vehicle, the strength of it was a little minimal, but it was still there. The instant flash in my mind was, whew, I know what that smells like. But looking in the vehicle, noticed nothing to trigger anything. And at this point, it's just a car in the yard.
So after that cursory inspection of it, what action, if any, do you take with the vehicle while it sits there?
At that point, I didn't do anything else with the vehicle. I'd made my inspection. I determined what we were going to do with the vehicle. Should it go through the due process and that we gain possession of it. I made my determination what we do with that vehicle. And at that point, I treated it as every other vehicle in the yard. It had been correctly stored. It had been correctly marked. The paperwork had been correctly processed. At that point, it was just, we just would leave it to fulfill its course.
All right. Did there come an occasion where someone came to pick up the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you yourself recall when that was?
I believe it was July 15th, if I'm correct.
Okay. Would you like to review the records of Johnson's records?
Yes, please.
May I approach the witness?
Right.
Yes, ma'am, July the 15th.
Hey, make sure to like the
Yes,
stream,
ma'am, 2008.
please. And if you haven't already subscribed, it's
Do you
free.
recall who came to pick up the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that?
It was Mr. and Mrs. Anthony.
Anthony.
Did you have contact with both of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi,
Where did that occur?
K-Dubs.
Through the glass, through the bulletproof glass initially.
And what do you recall of that initial contact with them?
The time that they arrived, I was in my office, which is off of the dispatch clerk office. And I was doing some paperwork in there, and I heard my clerk at the time engaging in conversation with persons or people at the window who were becoming very agitated. And one of my duties there was to ensure, obviously, that the safety of my employees primarily, but also that when confrontation occurred, that I would try and keep that confrontation to a minimum. So I came out of my office, and my clerk turned to me and kind of gave me the look and said, "Hey, can you help me out here a little bit? I've got some customers that are a little bit unruly." So I approached the bulletproof glass and spoke to Mrs. Anthony, and she was very agitated, very upset, as is quite common. Wanted to know why it was so expensive to get her car picked up. Why hadn't we notified her right away when we had her car? Genuinely being, I wouldn't say belligerent, but Jeff definitely agitated about the situation, which was pretty normal.
Were you able to answer those questions?
Yes, ma'am. We looked at the calendar. As I said, we were required to send out a certified letter. And we looked at the date that the vehicle came in the calendar and realized that the date that the mail would have gone out, combined with the days of the week, that there was a pretty good chance that that letter went out and would have been stuck in the mail during the 4th of July holiday and then the upcoming weekends. And I believe they said they were out of town for a couple of days, and then it wasn't until they got back that they had to go and sign for the letter and so on and so forth. So at that point, it was determined that we'd followed due process, and it was just a roll of the dice, I guess, with the dates and the holidays that it took that long for the letter to get to them from our perspective.
That's kind of shitty.
Once you answered whatever questions or concerns that they had, did you proceed to go to the vehicle with either one of them?
Yes, ma'am.
May I have a moment? Judge, would you like me to press on?
No.
Okay. I saw that look in your eye. So.
Okay.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, the time is now 12 noon. It's time for your lunch. Your lunch should be. We have great.
So I was watching trial stuff like I do literally whenever I'm not live. And I came across the wildest interview with the judge of all people. I was about to point to him and realized that wasn't the judge. And I thought that you guys would be really interested in knowing this information. So the people, the jurors, as you probably would know by now, if you've been watching with me for the last couple weeks, the jurors were actually held in sequestration. So they were not allowed to go home at night. They had to go to a hotel. Well, because of the time period of this case, the extremely long amount of days and weeks, rather, they decided to allow family members to come visit on the weekends. And it was like you're allowed to come from X time to X time. We're going to trust you that you don't talk about the trial with your loved one, vice versa, which they said helped keep the jurors on trial longer. They did not have one juror that they needed to replace or fill with an alternate, which is if you think about it, that is wild. Usually there's at least one person that gets sick or has a family issue, all those sort of things. So I was really impressed by that. And then let me put up my information while I'm talking about this. I got to find my information first. All right, there. So in case you haven't done so already, you can like and subscribe. Please. I also found out that the company that housed the hotel, rather, I guess, the hotel chain, they were able to work with whatever county this is. I believe it's Orange County, to the point that it was like per diem what it needed to be, which is like unheard of. Usually companies, and I do mean that, not necessarily hotels, companies that manage the hotels, they're going to go for every red cent, like come in really, really high and not budge. But this was a group of hotels that is owned by someone in Orlando. So they were able to really help the county with the costs in this. And same with like the restaurants. All in all, the jury sequestration bit of it didn't cost nearly as much as, for instance, the Karen Reed trial did. Like, and that's wild because those jurors were allowed to go home every day. It's just like crazy. So if the jurors were staying on floor 7, you would have to have a key card to get off the elevator at floor 7. If you were on floor 6 or floor 8 and you tried to get to floor 7 through the stairs, you had to have a special key card. It would not let you. And I thought that was really, like, they thought of every single thing that you could ever imagine. They also made it so that the jurors had the gym to their cells from 7 to 9 a.m. every day. This trial also took place during what you might have heard at the beginning of the when I was like fiddling with the video. It took place during the hockey games, the Stanley Cup finals. I'm like super slow today. I'm sorry, guys. And I admitted this earlier. Like, I am just slow. They got to go see game 7 of the Tampa Bay Lightning game. Like, they had a great experience. Don't feel bad for these jurors, is what I'm trying to say. They had a buffet. Like, if they didn't like food, they would just write a note to the judge, and the judge was like, all right, I added hamburgers. This was like an extended vacation, and they got to see their loved ones on the weekend. Like, oh, and then they were allowed to watch TV, but they weren't allowed to watch any TV with news or tickers at the bottom. So when they went to go see the Tampa Bay Lightning play, they couldn't have like breaking news tickers going around the stadium. Just stuff like that. Like, they thought out so well ahead of time on, and I thought that was really interesting. All right, I see. Oh yeah, and the smell of death is something like you've never smelled. It is horrific, and it is. I went to nerd camp. In other words, I went to forensic science camp. Don't judge me. My summer into senior year. If you are in your 30s or 40s, you'll know what I'm talking about. You go to a college, usually in another state, and for 2 weeks you just study like this profession. And I went to University of San Diego for 2 weeks, and it's the longest I had ever been away from home. And I had such an incredible time, but realized it was not the profession for me. So I really loved that. Yes, it was a game 7. Like, it blew my mind. If I think of anything else, which I'm sure I will, I'll let you guys know. But the judge was like, yeah, Jose, he was in a little over his head. You could tell how inexperienced he was, which is crazy because the state didn't end up winning. Like, Jose, the defense attorney, ended up being the victorious one in all of this. But like I said at the beginning of the stream, I think it's because the state put up too many people. I think it's just like the Karen Reed case for the first trial, why they couldn't come to a decision. It's because there were so many people and it was so bogged down with information that you just like, you couldn't remember the significance of this, that, and the other. All right, I'll continue playing. But I was like dumbfounded by that interview.
Cash only?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have knowledge as to whether or not the letter instructs how much per day the fees will accrue if the vehicle is to remain for an extended period of time?
I believe it notes the daily storage fee, yes.
Do you recall what the daily storage fee was at Johnson's Wrecker in June and July of 2008?
Either $20 or $25 a day, I believe.
Now, which of the Anthonys did you go to the vehicle with?
Mr. George Anthony.
Okay. The map, or the aerial, which is well, it's LG, but it's been introduced into evidence as is still on the display. If I could have that cropped. Would that cropping of the picture show the area where you would have to travel from to get to the vehicle?
I don't have a picture, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's my fault.
Yes.
All right. If you could tell us sort of the pathway that you would have had to take to the vehicle. It is. It's.
You want the jury to see it?
I do.
Just a second. All right. Members of the jury, can you see it? You can't? It's there now. Is it there now? Okay. Technology.
That's why I have an assistant. Okay. You said that the area where you had to walk from to get to the vehicle is displayed in the cropped portion of the photograph, correct?
To walk to it, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you just sort of give us a pathway where you went?
Sure.
With you said Mr. Anthony, correct?
Yes, ma'am. The back entrance to the office comes out here, and then you walk alongside the office to the main gate, which is locked or closed here, where you open it enough to let someone walk through, and then you escort them back down through here, through a side gate right here, which is also closed, and then walk across the front of the enclosed buildings here to the vehicle here.
All right. Just takes a few seconds to walk over there.
15 seconds, 20 seconds.
Plus however much time it takes to
Open
unlock
the gates. Yeah, the gates are not locked during the day. They're just merely closed.
Okay.
But the gates are visible from all four corners of the office, to be honest.
All right. Did you walk in silence with Mr. Anthony back to this vehicle?
No, ma'am.
All right. What do you recall?
Oh, I bet you weren't.
When I opened the gate, I asked who was coming back, and Mr. Anthony said he would. And the first thing he did was apologize for his wife's outbursts. He said they were under a lot of stress.
I've been spot on.
He apologized
this entire
profusely.
time.
He was very calm, very humble. And I said, that's fine. We're used to it. And we see it day in, day out. So I didn't give it a second thought. And he made some comment to the fact that his granddaughter hadn't been seen for a long time. She was missing, and his daughter wouldn't tell him where she was. And he was just, in my opinion at the time, venting. And I said, I'm sorry, and I didn't engage in conversation. I didn't pry. I just let him vent, say almost everybody that comes to that yard is not having a good day. And I'm not going to make it worse by aggravating them. So you just let them vent. And he mentioned it he said something to the effect of, we'll probably get divorced over this. And again, I didn't respond, but he was definitely apologetic, and you could see he was troubled. But nothing I really.
You just listened?
Yeah.
Okay. So once you got over to the vehicle, what were your observations?
Well, I asked Mr. Anthony if he had the keys, and he said, yes, I have them here. And my full intention was he'd get in the vehicle and start it up and drive it out of the yard. I would imagine as I walked across the yard, I would have indicated how to drive out of the yard, because driving out is a different path than when we walk out. And that was policy that we'd instruct the customer as we were walking. We'd point them in the direction of where to drive. So that would have come into the conversation just because that's what we did every time. And
Now,
I expected him to get in the car and drive it away.
okay. Aside from the keys, did you observe whether or not Mr. Anthony had any other items with him?
No, ma'am.
So once you get over to the car, what happens?
Mr. Anthony opened the car and got in the car and attempted to start it, and the car wouldn't start.
Okay.
As he opened the door,
All right, I was going to say, did you have any observations, whether that be sight, sound, or smell, as the door was opened?
sure, as the door was open, the smell came out very intently. It was almost like you were releasing it into the atmosphere, and it was very potent. It was eye-opening once the car door was opened.
Do you believe that you were able to identify what kind of smell that was?
In the back of my mind, I said to myself, that's the smell of decomposition that I've been exposed to in the past. I didn't say anything to Mr. Anthony about it, other than kind of that's a little ripe, or that's a bit offensive or whatever. But I didn't mention anything to him about it being what I perceived initially to be decomposition.
Why did that pop into your mind? You said it just popped into your mind as soon as you got the strongest force of the odor.
Because I've smelled it before on numerous occasions, including fairly recently. It's not a smell that you forget. It's not something that I've not smelled anything similar to that, other than what it is.
Right. When you're talking about decomposition, are you talking about a deceased human being?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you didn't say anything about that out loud.
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I don't really know. I guess it's not something you'd throw out there. I guess the gentleman was talking about his granddaughter missing and his daughter missing, and it was obviously a fairly agitated situation. And
So it was an AP
I needed to do
class.
was stir it up. I just didn't feel it necessary for me to give him my opinion.
Okay. So you had indicated Mr. Anthony got into the car.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where did you stick around?
Yeah, I stood right by the vehicle with the driver's door open, and he attempted to start the vehicle.
Okay. What happened at that point?
It turned over, it cranked very healthily, had a very strong battery in it, and it just refused to fire.
Okay. Did you notice at any point whether or not Mr. Anthony had a gas can with him?
Not at that particular time, no.
Okay.
Not at that moment.
How would you have been in a position to note if he had one at all?
I peered into the car while he was trying to start it, and the gas gauge was on E. And so I said to him, it appears the car might be out of gas. It was giving it the symptoms that with turning over healthily, that it quite possibly could be out of gasoline.
Okay. All right. Perhaps I misunderstood your answer earlier. You said he got into the car, turned the ignition.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But the engine didn't go?
No, it cranked over. It turned over. That's
Okay.
the phrase, the engine turning over, but it wouldn't fire. It was obviously not getting either fuel or ignition for some reason, and then the engine wouldn't start.
Not.
Although the battery was healthy enough for it to turn over fairly respectfully. I didn't believe it was a battery issue.
All right. So once that occurred, what did you say or do?
Mr. Anthony, I believe at that point, said to me, well, I have some gasoline with me. Shall I go and get it?
That's a good point.
And I said, yes, that'd be fine. So I escorted him back the same path that we came to the vehicle he came in, and he returned with a can of gasoline.
Can you describe that can for us, if you remember?
It was one of the older kinds. I normally wouldn't notice something like a can of gasoline, but it was one of the old metal ones, the round ones. You don't see them very often. It's seen better days. It was not one of the conventional plastic ones that you're used to seeing and have been for the last I don't know how many years. And especially in my trade, you see them a lot, but the metal ones you don't see very often.
Right. Did you notice whether or not it was battered?
It seemed well worn, certainly.
Right. Did you notice whether or not it had any tape affixed to it?
No, ma'am, I sure didn't.
Is it because
To
of
that
my
point, had anyone opened up
jacket?
anything besides the driver's door?
No, ma'am, not at that point.
Did you wait for Mr. Anthony
I've
to
worn it
obtain
so
this
much,
gas can
just-
from wherever?
From his vehicle, yes, ma'am. I
Because
waited
of
at the
you.
gate for him,
Okay.
and then escorted him back to the vehicle as he'd previously done.
Did you assist him in any way in putting gas into the car?
I don't recall. I doubt it because it normally wasn't something we'd have done. I
What
would
do
have
you
escorted him
want?
back to the car and he'd have put the gasoline in the car, but I can't recall specifically.
Did he get back into the car and attempt to start it again?
I don't recall if at that point he got into the car or at that point we decided to open the trunk of the vehicle to see if the odor was emanating from the trunk of something that might have been left in the trunk. I don't recall which
The order.
the order was at that point.
Could you see anything in the passenger compartment of the vehicle that would have suggested to you some source of the odor that you described?
Nothing.
So at some point, regardless of the order, did you suggest that the trunk be opened?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Mr. Anthony have a key to the trunk?
Yes, ma'am.
Anthony.
Was it opened?
We opened the trunk. Yes, ma'am. I don't recall if I opened it or he opened it, but we were both at the back of the vehicle when we opened the trunk. My thought process was if there's something in here that's making this car smell bad, we can take it out and I'll dispose of it for you in my dumpster rather than you having to. And again, I was just trying to appease the gentleman at the time.
Okay. So when the trunk was opened, were you standing directly behind the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Same as Mr. Anthony?
Yes, ma'am. We were side by side.
What were your observations once the trunk was opened?
The odor that came out of the trunk was even more strong than the odor that came out of the vehicle when we opened it. There were a few flies that flew out, and we both looked in the trunk at the same time. I noticed it was a white standard kitchen garbage bag in the trunk of the vehicle.
Okay. Just one or more than one?
Just one, I believe, if I remember rightly.
Okay. Do you have any recollection of items other than a white garbage bag being
No,
in the
ma'am.
trunk?
No, ma'am. Nothing that stood out.
Trying to warm up my
Did either one of you touch that garbage bag?
Yes, ma'am. I don't recall if I suggested or if Mr. Anthony suggested, but we thought it'd be a good idea to look in the garbage bag quick and
I
see if
would.
that was maybe an indication of the
I don't.
odor.
And no, I haven't.
And at that point, the two of us standing side by side, one or either of us opened the top of the bag up and
Have you?
peered inside.
All right. Do you have any recollection as to whether or not it was one of those flat top garbage bags, or did it have a drawstring pull of some
I
sort?
believe it was a drawstring.
Was the string drawn and tied to your recollection?
That I don't recall.
Do you recall who actually opened it?
Not specifically, no. We were both involved in it together, and I couldn't tell you if I pulled it open or if he pulled it open. Again, at the time, I was just trying to appease and not really paying.
Okay. Do you have any recollection as to what you saw inside that garbage bag?
I remember seeing what I thought was a pizza box and some papers, nothing to indicate to me that there was any foodstuffs of any kind of amount in there. The bag was very, very light. It didn't weigh, it didn't feel heavy. It didn't feel like there was maybe half a chicken in there or anything like that, or it was quite light. And it appeared that it was just mainly maybe regular household refuse in there that maybe you would take out of a kitchen.
Okay. Did either you or Mr. Anthony put your hands in the bag and sift through every item at that point?
Not really, no. No, it was just a general observation that it appeared that there was nothing at first glance in there that would have created the smell. And I offered just to dispose of it for him.
All right. Did you make a statement of any sort to Mr. Anthony about whether or not the bag was the source of the smell, in your opinion?
No, ma'am.
Did he make any statement to you that you recall about whether or not the bag or any item in the bag was the source of the smell?
No, ma'am.
So what happened to the bag?
I took the bag out of the trunk and I walked across to the short distance to the fence line. If you wish me to.
Okay, let me.
To that fence line right there. And using my left arm, I threw the bag over the fence. And I'm right-handed, and I threw it with my left hand, and it's a 6-foot fence with chain link on top of it. And it was no effort, and it landed on the other side like you'd expect a bag of paper to land on the other side.
All right. You up and over.
Sub to
And
left
land.
B2, please.
With the intention of
guys.
when Mr. Anthony drove out in the vehicle, I'd go around and retrieve the bag and place it in our dumpster, and my job would be done, and I'd have taken care of his problem for him.
Did he get back into the car
Yes,
at
ma'am.
that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the end of the conversation between the two of you?
Pretty much. Again, he thanked me, and the car started, and he drove it out of the yard in the direction that I told him to drive. And I walked back out the way that we come in, and the gate was still closed at this point as per protocol. And I waited for him to drive up the driveway, and I met him at the gate and opened the gate. And again, he said, "Again, I'm sorry. I apologize for the aggravation when we came up here, and I appreciate your help." And he pulled out of the fenced-in area so I could close the gate. And I walked back into the office, And when I went back around in the office, I could see him and Mrs. Anthony conversing outside. And then she got into one car and he stayed in that car and they drove away.
Did you go back to the bag at some point?
At that point, yes, I went back and I recalled that I had to go and pick the bag up. I'd temporarily forgotten about it. And I went and picked the bag up and went and put it in the dumpster. And
Righto.
Can you circle on the photograph where the dumpster is on the property of Johnson's Wrecker?
right there.
Was that the last you saw of the bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Birch. Your Honor, I have no other questions of the witness at this point.
Hell
Cross-examination. You may proceed.
Strange. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Birch.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, by law, you're required to send out a notice of, I guess, on the 4th day of the car being at your tow yard. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that the Anthonys had informed you that, well, I guess you had assumed because of the 4th of July holiday, it would have been in the mail that weekend.
That was the assumption we came to, looking at the calendar and the weekends and the holiday, because I'm not aware of when those letters are generated and when they're sent out, that at the time when we were discussing it, it was a way to I guess, justify when they got the mail. And it seemed to be a conclusion between us that that was the reason why.
And then they told you they had been out of town for a couple of days.
I believe so, yes, sir.
Now, you also testified that as you were walking to the car, Mr. Anthony informed you his granddaughter was missing.
Words to that effect, yes, sir.
And the car, once you immediately got there, you noticed right away that it was human decomposition.
When the vehicle door was opened, the smell that I was already aware of through, observing the vehicle days earlier became more intense when we opened the vehicle. And that is a smell that is, to me, reminded me of human decomposition, yes, sir.
And Mr. Anthony then got in the car and tried to start the car.
Yes, sir.
And I know you testified earlier that he had first gotten gas. Is that correct?
No, sir. No. Okay. He got the gas. We went back to get the gas in after the car wouldn't start.
Okay.
He attempted to start the car first.
Did you open the trunk before he put the gas in or after?
Like I said, I don't recall the order that went in. It was all at the similar time, so I don't recall that order precisely.
Okay, I wanted to be clear about that because I
Yeah.
thought I heard you testify that first you put in the gas, then
No,
you
sir.
open the trunk.
No, so we tried to start the car first. It cranked and cranked and cranked, indicating it might have been out of gas, and then we went back and got the gasoline.
Now, if I showed you your deposition, would that refresh your recollection as to whether you actually opened the trunk first before he put gas? Would that-
Sure.
Okay. I'm referring to page 35, lines 14 through 20.
Pick me.
May I
I can
proceed,
answer
Ms.
this question
may.
for Lisa. Lisa, we are watching this because the month of December, I have decided to stream like a PSA for people around the holidays who may or may not be involved with someone they think is special when in actuality, they're batshit crazy. So this stream serves as a what to do, what not to do when you find yourself in a situation, whether it be a loved one or even worse, someone that you're trying to love, crazy person, and telltale signs and symptoms of what to look out for, how to escape them without major injury, and things of that nature. And Casey ended up being number 2 on our list. Jodi Arias was number 1, which we covered the trial for. So yes, this may be an old trial, but she is still batshit crazy. And we can reflect upon this and learn as a society what not to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So, in fact, what happened first was he gets in, you then open the trunk, You discuss it. He throws out the garbage, and then he tries to start the car. Is that correct?
That's what's in that deposition. Yes, so that's what would have happened.
Now,
It was a lot
we
closer
took-
at the time.
Your deposition was taken in October of 2008, was it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that was much closer in time
Yes, sir.
than, of course, 2011.
Yes.
And that would account for your not being able to remember, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you testified about having experience with smelling human decomposition, right?
Just through my experience in the industry, yes, sir.
And especially, and you have actually unique experience where you've actually worked in sanitation.
Yes, sir.
So you are pretty much the perfect person you have the perfect experience to be able to tell the difference between garbage
Hi,
and human
thanks.
decomposition.
I wouldn't say I was the perfect person, but I've been exposed to both things on numerous occasions.
But you're certainly qualified to be able to discuss about both topics.
I feel my experience is enough to tell me I know the difference between the two. And I've towed hundreds of garbage trucks in my years too.
Now, when Mr. Anthony showed up and the car wouldn't start, he immediately had the gas cans there at the tow yard. He didn't have to leave, did he?
No, he had the gas cans with him in his other vehicle that he came in. Yes, sir.
And it's an old round cylinder gas can.
Yes, sir.
And that's not very common, is it? That people show up with gas cans to the tow yard?
Not really, no, sir. No, we kept a stash of plastic gas cans for people that came that didn't have gas that we'd lend them so they could go and get their own gas. It
I
wasn't common
highly
there.
disagree.
And within this time, how long would you say you were there with Mr. Anthony with the trunk open before he went and got the gas?
Maybe 5,
5 minutes?
maybe. I don't recall exactly.
And then when he went to get the gas cans, did you stay at the car?
No, sir. I escorted him back to the gate. We never let anybody on their own in the yard. We escorted them there and back.
And then you came back with him,
Yes, sir.
and then he poured the gas and you were there?
Yes.
And how long would you say in total that you were with him?
Between 5 and 10 minutes. It wouldn't have been long. It was a fairly straightforward process.
Now, as we discussed, you have experience with smelling trash.
Yes.
And you have experience smelling bodies in cars.
Yes, sir.
And you, of course, would never obstruct justice.
Please make sure to say hello to Peggy. She is a national treasure and we protect her at all costs. She is joining us from an assisted living facility and we wish her the happiest of holidays. Thank you.
No, sir.
And you, of course, would never allow someone to drive a car away if you had evidence of a homicide, would you, sir?
No, sir.
And in fact, you work for Johnson's Tow Yard is the police tow yard for Orange County, is it not?
Yes.
And in many times you have evidence that you guys tow there.
Yes.
And in fact, this car was evidence in this case, and your company was the one that towed it from the Anthony home.
Yes, sir. After it was recovered from my yard. Yes, sir.
And between the time that this man tells you he's got a missing granddaughter and you're there for 15 minutes with the car, you never call the police.
No, sir.
In fact, you never called the police after he left.
No, sir.
And the way you found out about this was after it was towed back to you from the police.
It wasn't towed back to us, sir.
The car was picked up by your company.
It was picked up by my company, but it was not towed back to my facility.
I understand. I misspoke. It wasn't until you noticed that this car was a piece of evidence until one of your employees had informed you that this was the same car that you guys had.
Even at that point, I didn't contact the police because at that point it was an investigation that, in my opinion, didn't pertain to me at all. I had no idea why it was towed to forensics.
Okay.
My driver called me and said, "Hey, that car we released, we're towing it to forensics." And I said, "Okay, thank you."
Now, you also lived here in Orlando during that time, obviously.
Yes, sir.
And you were exposed to all of the media coverage in this case, were you not, sir, during that time?
As everybody living in the city was, yes, sir.
In fact, you couldn't avoid it, could you?
Very difficult.
Okay. And when the car was immediately towed and taken to the forensics bay, that was actually on the news as well, was it not, sir?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
So you didn't witness the car being processed by crime scene evidence as it was broadcasted across
No,
the
sir.
world? No, sir?
Ask that question again.
Sure, I'm sorry. You didn't witness that the car was being processed by crime scene people as it was broadcasted across numerous times?
The following day and from then on, there was obviously pictures on the news of it in the bay. I saw what everybody else saw on the times that it was on television.
Right. So
Yeah.
you saw it immediately after, not that day, but
Yeah, whenever it was first broadcast, I'm sure, or within it was, they said it was very hard to ignore it. It was on every news channel.
however, police didn't come and actually take a statement from you until July 24th. Is that not correct, sir?
I couldn't tell you the date specifically, and if you have it written down, then I'm sure that's
If I show it to you, will that refresh your
Sure.
records? May I approach the witness, Judge?
You might.
Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. And your statement was given on July 24th, 2008,
Okay. Yes, sir.
9 days after you had this experience,
Yes, sir.
and 8 days of media coverage about the car. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the entire country knowing about a missing child.
Sustained.
You knew there was a missing child on July 24th, 2008,
Yes, sir.
and you knew that it was being broadcasted that there was a foul odor in the trunk of the car,
Yes, sir.
and that it was a significant issue in this case.
Yes, sir.
And the major source for your business
Ouch.
was the Orange County Sheriff's Office at the time, was it not?
It was a substantial portion of it. Yes, sir.
In fact, it's a contract that you had with Orange County Sheriff's Department, was it not?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'd like to go back to your interaction with Mr. Anthony. Your form letter, I guess it's a form letter that you send out every four days?
Yes, sir.
You don't actually, you just insert the names? Is that how it works?
Yes, sir.
You don't exactly put down how long, in fact, you would never put down how long a car was at a specific property, would you?
We would have no idea, sir.
Exactly.
Yeah, we would not know.
And
Peggy
Mr.
sent
Anthony
it
actually
wrong.
informed you that it was there for 3 days, did he not?
He did, sir. He mentioned the fact that it had been at the Amscot for 3 days. It was something he mentioned in conversation. I didn't divulge or react. It was just something that came up in conversation.
And so he knew the car was at Amscot for 3 days, according to you.
As far as I'm aware, yes, sir. Yeah.
And when the Anthonys came to your establishment, they were complaining as to why they hadn't been notified.
Yes, sir.
And they were complaining about the money.
Yes, sir.
And they were complaining why they hadn't been notified before.
Again, they were complaining about why they hadn't been notified. It's
Complaining
yes.
about just about anything.
If I can just check for a moment, see if I have any questions. Mr. Birch, thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Mr. Birch, do you know whether or not the form letter includes some indication about the address from which a car was towed?
I believe it did, yes.
Even though your statement, your formal statement to the Orange County Sheriff's Office may have been on July 24th of 2008, you did call them before that time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What prompted you to call them?
I called them the following morning, probably around about 6:37, when I was getting ready for work, and the Anthonys were on television being interviewed about their granddaughter being missing and the car being picked up and the proceedings of the previous day. And I called them then.
To notify them about the garbage bag that you thought at one point it might have still been on the property.
At that point, ma'am,
Sustain, rephrase the question. Leading.
Did you think that the garbage bag was still on the property of Johnson's wrecker when you saw the Anthonys on television?
yes, ma'am.
Did you attempt to find out if it was still on Johnson's wrecker property?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
I went outside of my of the house I was living in on property, and I went to the dumpster, and I opened the dumpster up and jumped in, for want of a better word, and looked for it and pulled through the garbage, thinking that it could be evidence and important, and I didn't find it.
Is that when you called the police?
Yes, ma'am. I called the police after that, right at that time.
Okay. Did you inform them at that time that there was a bag on the property that you thought might be important evidence?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
You said that after Mr. Anthony left, you eventually went back, got the bag, and put it in the dumpster.
Fairly soon. I mean, I didn't leave it there for more than a couple of minutes.
Once the bag was separated from the car for several minutes, did the smell follow the bag?
It didn't appear to.
Objection, Judge. Calls for speculation.
and move to strike.
Overruled.
Thank you. I know.
And then recross as to those issues and those issues alone.
George, I want to show you what is listed as Defense Exhibit N, just as a calendar.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to show you what's listed as Defense Exhibit N as in Nancy, just as a calendar. Okay. Can you see that from where I'm standing, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Drain Burdick during redirect asked you if your form letter had the address of the location, correct?
And I believe it did, but I'm not the ones that did those form letters.
Okay. So after they would have received the letter, anyone who would receive the letter, it would have the address of the location where the AMSCOP was.
I believe so.
And that person would know where the car is.
Where it is presently?
Yes, where the car was, I should say.
I believe so.
Okay. And you testified that Mr. Anthony had the keys to the car when he showed up, right?
Yes.
Now, as to the garbage that, well, actually, let me go back to something that you were just asked. Despite having called the police, you didn't actually give your sworn statement until the 24th, correct?
Correct.
And that's when the detective came out to speak with you.
Correct.
And when you discussed with him the garbage, you had actually discussed with him things that you had heard on television, did you not?
In respect to what?
If I showed you your statement, would that refresh your
Sure.
recollection on that?
Yeah.
Date stamp 801, Counsel. May I approach it?
You may.
Line 2321. Now, when you're talking about the garbage with the detective on the 24th, you actually told him about the pizza box that you had heard about on television, did you not?
Either or.
I'm sorry?
Like it says in the statement, I'm aware that it was there. And as I said earlier, did I categorically say I can remember seeing it in there? It's in my memory banks. It was one of those situations where at the time it wasn't really necessary to process that cleanly.
But what you're telling the detective as you're describing to him what was in the trunk, in the garbage, you're telling him
Hang in there with me, guys. I just took my allergy medicine, so hopefully I won't be coughing too much longer.
of something you saw on television.
I told him I thought possibly at the time. And again, the time process had gone on, and remembering whether you see one item in a garbage bag at the time that really wasn't that, to me, wasn't that important.
Right.
I believed, I was having recollections in my mind that it was there. But like I said to the detective at the time, it could be in my mind because I've seen it.
Right. I'm not questioning your memory at the time. What I'm asking you is, as you're having this conversation with him and trying to recall things, you are recollecting what you remember.
Yes, sir.
And what you remembered seeing on television.
And trying to separate the two. Yes, sir. Yeah.
And this is basically what you're talking to him about.
Yes, sir.
Comparing it to what you saw on TV, and if that helped you remember.
No, sir. What I said to him was, I'm fairly sure I know that there was a pizza box in there, but I can't tell you if I know that because I categorically saw it myself, or if it's because something that's been, that I picked up having been exposed to it elsewhere. If you ask me to draw a line, I could tell you that 70% of me says, you know what, I'm pretty sure there was one in there. But if you ask me to tell you 100%, I probably couldn't do that.
Right, and I think we're on the same page, but I just want to. It's a bit confusing. I want to make sure we all understand.
There was a lot of media exposure at the time, and it'd be very difficult to, if there was an element of doubt, to be very pinpoint specific about a specific item that at the time would have been insignificant to me.
Because it's kind of hard to separate, if you're looking back, what you see on television and what you actually saw that day.
No, just because it wasn't significant enough for me to pay that much attention to. It's a pizza box. At that time, it's a pizza box in a garbage bag.
So as you're remembering it back, you're remembering both things you saw on television and things that you remembered, right?
In some respect, but I don't think quite as clear cut as you're making it out to be.
And what you're explaining to the detective is that about the bag because of something you heard on television, but you can't swear that you saw a pizza box in there.
Not 100%, no, sir.
But you had thought you had seen that on television.
A good portion of my memory says, yeah, you know what, I do believe that was there. I do remember seeing that there, but it's not something I could tell you categorically 100%.
And certainly what you had seen on television was in your thought process because that's why you mentioned it.
I assumed at that point it was.
Thank you, sir.
No other questions.
Okay.
Okay, may the witness be excused. Thank you, sir. You may be excused.
Okay, so we've already seen what happens next.
Okay, members of the jury, how you doing? Okay, let's
The notice. My wife is the one that located the notice at the front door.
And based on the pinned comment that you see at the top of your chat, I am going to go through, there's a whole reason why. Well, several things went into this decision-making process. I am going to only show you the cross-examination of the boring days. And that is simply because the state, what they are putting forth is a lot of foundation, like, tell me more about yourself, and like professional experience. Where did you go to school? How long have you been doing this? And it's like, I wouldn't be able to keep anyone watching if I went through every day of forensics and didn't weed out something. So if there is a specific area that you really want to hear the entirety of the state's questioning, please let me know. And this isn't for everything. This is just for the really, what I felt overdone topics that they didn't need to bring in 5 people, but they did. And it was just, I think that was the detriment. Like, that was the nail in the coffin for the state with this case. And maybe you guys will agree watching this a second time through. Okay, so we're going to switch to this tab instead. And I need to find the cross-examination. It begins. Talks amongst yourselves for a moment. Once again, this is one of those things. I had it right in front of me. We're just going to have to manually go through and find it. State, that's the state, that's the state. Here is cross.
No further questions.
Look at that.
cross-examination.
How about those bears?
Hey, please, the court. Mr. Ashton. Good
Oh.
morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me make it full.
Good morning, Ms. Lowe.
Good morning.
You discussed the history of microscopic hair analysis during your direct testimony. This is actually, I guess you can trace it back as far as the 1930s.
In the FBI laboratory, yes.
In the FBI laboratory.
That's correct.
And part of the history, of course, FBI laboratory has learned a lot along the way.
That's correct.
People's hair remains the same, correct? People
Actually,
still have hair.
People still have hair, but hairs can change over time.
Okay. But what you learn about the science has changed drastically over the years.
We've obviously the instruments have gotten better, and the way we document things is different. But hair examinations come down to comparative biology, comparing characteristics in one thing to characteristics in another, and really that hasn't changed.
What has changed is the FBI's position on microscopic hair analysis as it relates to identifying individuals, has it not?
Hair exams have never been a means of positive identification.
There have been numerous trials where the FBI analysts have testified that this hair comes from this individual, has there not?
Relevance, specificity.
Sustained.
Judge, I think this is proper examination of this area. Now, you have cited numerous articles that you've read.
That's correct.
I think, was it 4?
Specifically regarding postmortem repainting, yes.
And you've also read the National Academy of Sciences report that came out in February of 2009, have you not?
I have.
And that report was a commission that was organized by Congress, was it not?
I believe so.
And the National Academy of Sciences is, of course, a very respected body of scientists, is it not?
I don't know the specifics of the members. Not all of them are scientists. I know that.
Correct. What that commission was it organized leading members of the forensic science community as well as
proper cross-examination of 90%.
May I finish the question, Judge?
Approach the bench.
Oh, didn't even let him finish.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take our mid-morning recess at this time. We're going to take a 15-minute recess. I'm going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourselves, nor with anyone else. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Baez, is the thing you're talking about is strengthening forensic science in the United States a path forward?
Yes. Yes, Judge. This is
Okay, let's wait. Where's Mr. Ashton? Well,
I got it.
the first thing you need to establish is whether or not she recognized this as an authoritative source. before you
Oh,
start
we're doing
questioning
this. Oh, we're
her
doing
about it,
this.
but,
We're going down the dirty route, huh? This is how we're going.
This
Okay.
may or may not be a learned treatise.
Thank you.
Judge, I would also
Lefty.
ask that the court, well, I would point out to the court that Justice Scalia in the Melendez decision cited the NAS report. And
For what basis did he cite it?
for his, if I can pull it, I will pull up the case and give you the exact portion of that quote.
Just before we do that, I apologize, I'm out of the room. Did counsel indicate what portion of the report he wants to question her about?
Yes, I would.
No, he hadn't indicated that yet.
Page 160 to 161,
Blah,
the summary
blah.
assessment. I'd have to deal with.
Yeah, look over your shoulder.
I don't know. Check and see. It's got the whole. Page 160 to 161. No scientifically accepted statistics exist for the frequency which particular characteristics of hair are distributed in the population.
Mr. Baez, if you're going to read at a rapid rate, you will not have a record, sir. So there will be nothing for no one to review.
Certainly. On page 161, it states, in some recent cases, courts have explicitly stated that microscopic hair analysis is a technique generally accepted in the scientific community. But courts have also recognized that testimony linking microscopic hair analysis with particular defendants is
This
highly
is
unreliable.
important.
In cases where there seems to be a morphological match based on microscopic examination, it must be confirmed by using mitochondrial DNA analysis.
Miss
Microscopic studies alone
Baez.
are of limited probative value. The committee found no scientific support for the use of hair comparisons for individualization in absence of nuclear DNA.
Okay, well,
Microscopy and mito-DNA analysis can be used in tandem, but may add to one another's value for classifying a common source. But no studies have been performed specifically to quantify the reliability of their joint use.
well, you need to get her to recognize it, but unless you were somewhere different from where I was, she did not say that it was identical. And that's what they're talking about when folks tried to say that this hair came solely from this individual and this individual alone. She said that in her direct examination. But let's take it through the numbers. Let's see if she
Once this
first
is interesting
recognizes that. But
again,
that's exactly what she testified to.
And could I request that this be
I'll
proffered?
move the
Because
camera.
specifically, the first half of that paragraph discussing what court cases have said is clearly not scientific testimony, and that would clearly be improper. So I would ask that it be proffered so that we can determine, one, whether it's authoritative, and two, whether pursuant to 90.706 is on the relevant subject matter.
We're not going to talk about what court cases said.
I think
A journal deals strictly with scientific principles. So let's take it through the numbers. Let's first find out whether or not, in fact, she recognizes that. But this is no different than what she testified to on direct examination.
I understand. I'd like to question her on those topics.
And no one has said that you could not, but you don't pull something out and start reading it without. And from what you were saying, you didn't even have the document with you to even show it to her.
I was not going to read from the document,
Oh,
Judge. I was going to question her about her knowledge dealing with the report, its findings, and the science and lack of science in her methodology and the area and field in which she practices.
well, let's take it by the numbers. So let's get her back in here, and you need to see whether or not she first recognizes that to be an authoritative source.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's have the witness return to the stand. Okay, let's go ahead and proffer this. What I have in my hand is exhibit number 10, which is a defense exhibit, which was introduced at one of the Fry hearings. So I'm going to hand it to her. So when you start questioning her about it, she will have some reference. You may proceed with your proffer.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, you have a copy of the National Academy of Science report in front of you, do you not?
I do.
Oh,
And you're familiar with this report?
thrilling.
I have seen parts of it, specifically the trace parts.
The parts that relate to your area of expertise or your field.
That's correct.
And the National Academy of Science is a recognized body of scientists,
So
is it not?
hard.
It is,
And this report was commissioned by Congress, as far as you know?
as far as I know, yes.
And this was to identify the needs in the forensic scientist and scientific community,
That's correct.
and to also give guidance to the forensic science community on how to move forward.
That's correct.
Okay. And you would consider this an authoritative article, would you not?
Again, not all the members were scientists. Some were in other disciplines, but it's as far as offering guidance on what they thought could be improved.
Please put up a W in the chat or say something nice to Lefty, because that was really nice of him to send $20. Like, super nice.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of some of the criticisms that were issued in this report as it goes,
Right.
as it relates to microscopic hair analysis?
I am.
And what exactly are those?
A majority of them were. It really was the limitation of the discipline as opposed to a criticism of the discipline. It indicated that identification couldn't be done without DNA analysis, which I would agree with because hair exams are not unique to an individual.
Okay.
So accompanying DNA.
I
History
can't.
of microscopic hair analysis as those cases or anything?
We're
of the
starting.
Judge?
You mentioned something about the Menendez case.
Don't get me started on the Menendez. Oh, I shouldn't have fast forwarded.
Was there
Damn
anything
it.
particularly you wanted to use that for?
No, sir. I was just using it to explain and to its authoritativeness as to the NAS report.
Okay.
Okay. Are we finished now? That's what she said.
All right, let's return to jury.
Oops.
Okay, state recognized presence of jury.
Sir.
Defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, Mr. Byers, you may continue.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Lowe, we were discussing the history of microscopic hair analysis, as you brought out during your direct examination. And then we began to discuss the National Academy of Sciences report. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as I explained, this report was commissioned by our government, Congress.
Asked and answered. Council's already established this with the witness.
Overrule out.
Yes, I believe it was commissioned by Congress.
And what it did was it put together a body of forensic scientists as well as individuals from the court system to try and look for a better way to improve how forensic science is entered into the courtroom.
And that's part of it, correct?
Okay. And of course, you consider this report authoritative.
For the purposes of offering suggestions on improvements that could be made, and yes.
Bye, Lefty. Have a
And
great
they
day.
were highly critical of the,
Objection. Beyond the proffer.
I got to hear the question.
they were highly critical on the area of microscopic hair analysis, were they not?
Objection. Beyond the proffer.
Overrule.
There were parts of the reports that dealt with really the limitation of the science. The report said that hair examinations could not be a means of identification without DNA examination. But hair examinations are never a means of identification unless there's nuclear DNA along with it. So the criticism is really pointing out a limitation of the science, which we agree. So when I testify or when I write a report and I have association, I'll either say or have in my report that hairs are not a means of positive identification, and that an accompanying DNA examination must be conducted more than likely mitochondrial DNA. So I don't disagree with what's in the report. It's a limitation.
And just to clarify something you just told the jury, when you say DNA, you're referring to, the report refers to nuclear DNA, not mitochondrial, correct?
As far as being able to be individual, saying that this hair came from this individual, that would require nuclear DNA as opposed to mitochondrial DNA.
And without getting into a DNA lecture, nuclear
Thank
DNA is more specific, more discriminatory to an individual than mitochondrial, correct?
Mitochondrial DNA is inherited maternally, so all of your maternal relatives will have the same mitochondrial DNA. Nuclear DNA is unique to an individual, with the exception of twins.
So to give a real life example, Casey and Kaylee and Cindy Anthony would all have the same mitochondrial
Ready.
DNA.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the area of this witness's expertise.
Sustained.
Judge, if the witness has knowledge of that, I think she has established through her credentials that she has certain knowledge. In addition to that, this individual does determine which.
Speaking objection.
I've sustained objection.
Damn, sir.
Are you aware
Please do not
of?
yell.
Well, I'll strike that out. Now, as we were talking to, as we were explaining this to the jury, that is the reason why you cannot testify and will not testify that one hair comes from one individual.
That's correct.
And this was a problem that the NAS report addressed in 2009.
Again, they saw it as a criticism, but it's really just a limitation of the science.
But it was a problem that they recognized that they wanted to offer guidance as to how to proceed in the future in the courtroom.
That's correct. They suggested doing accompanying DNA examinations.
Now, this is the very first time you have testified as an expert witness for hair banding. Isn't that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you are not an expert in hair, are you?
And the microscopic characteristics and appearance of hairs in comparison.
But not on the growth of hair, what any medical characteristics in hair, anything like that.
Those are areas that were touched on in training, but I wouldn't consider myself an expert in the physiology of it, just really the microscopic characteristics.
And as it relates to hair banding, your knowledge, of course, is what you've testified to today, as to your qualifications.
My training experience.
The 6-month training course, that a portion of it went to this topic.
That's correct.
And some on-the-job training where you have given your opinion.
That's correct.
And the 4 articles that you have referenced.
I
That's
sure
correct.
do.
Now, you don't know what causes mitochondrial. You don't know what causes postmortem banding.
No, I don't know what the mechanism is.
You don't know how long it takes to develop.
The studies have shown that it's, in the papers that I mentioned earlier today, it was seen as early as 8 hours after death.
But you don't know how long it takes to develop.
Again, no. The study showed it as early as 8 hours.
And not everyone who is deceased has postmortem root banding.
That's correct.
So it just shows up sometimes it doesn't.
Right.
If it comes from a deceased person at all.
As I talked about earlier, the cases that I've worked that were homicide cases, so the known sample was from a deceased individual. You don't always see characteristics of decomposition in those known hairs.
My question was, you don't know if it comes up at all.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Yeah, me neither.
You don't know if it comes up how often on individuals.
What?
In casework in deceased individuals?
In any deceased person.
No.
You don't know the frequency.
No, I don't.
Okay. And the
Mitochondria.
testimony that you've given here today, it's based on a handful of studies, is it not?
A handful of studies as well as training and experience.
Okay. And that training and experience, as we've explained, is you giving your opinion when you have a homicide case.
Probably.
On certain hairs.
It's seeing those characteristics present in cases over 13 years.
And the way these articles that you have and these studies are conducted is they'll do a study on a specific number of variables. And let me explain. For example,
My bad.
they will give you certain scenarios and be able to tell you what the results were for those scenarios, correct?
Hey guys, I know we're kind of in the thick of it right now, but we're going to come out here shortly. Please make sure to like the stream and sub to the channel. Thank you so much.
In some of the papers, yes.
So unless that specific area is studied extensively, you really can't testify as to the accuracy or the level of certainty on this specific topic, postmortem banding.
What I've testified is that their characteristics that are present are characteristics of apparent decomposition, and I've testified that I cannot say that coming from a dead body is the only possibility. It just, those characteristics, the postmortem root band specifically, have not been replicated in other conditions.
That is what we needed to hear. I will replay the last minute for you guys to hear that one last time because we're moving forward.
It's over 13 years.
And the way these articles that you have and these studies are conducted is they'll do a study on a specific number of variables. And let me explain.
Damn it. Did I
For
go
example,
too far?
they will give you certain scenarios and be able to tell you what the results were for those scenarios, correct?
In some of the papers, yes.
So unless that specific area is studied extensively, you really can't testify as to the accuracy or the level of certainty on this specific topic, postmortem banding.
This is it.
What I've testified is that their characteristics that are present are characteristics of apparent decomposition, and I've testified that I cannot say that coming from a dead body is the only possibility. It just, those characteristics, the postmortem root band specifically, have not been replicated in other conditions.
And when you say they have,
Okay, we're moving forward because that's like,
air into the large syringe.
who wants to talk
We weren't able
about
to do that, so we cracked
mitochondrial
open the trunk
DNA?
as little as possible to get the syringe in there. Senior.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your background and training as it relates to crime scene investigation?
I have a high school education in electronics. Right after high school, I entered the Air Force, and I served in the Air Force for 8 years in law enforcement. After the Air Force, I went to the Philadelphia Police Department, and while in the crime scene unit with the Philadelphia Police Department and with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, I have attended over 30 crime scene related schools, some lasting 3 days, some lasting 2 weeks.
Okay, cool.
Samples that you were talking about with the air.
Okay, so this is important because these or the air example. Let's start over, Lacey. So this is important because the air samples specific to this case is something that, quite frankly, had never been done before, or like it was one of like a handful of times, but it was really wishy-washy. So once again, I think that the devil was in the details with this trial, and it got lost in those details. So we're going to listen to his cross just to give you guys an idea of like a crime scene investigator's take on it. And then I'm moving on. I'm moving on to the phones, or not the phones, the computer.
Stein, rephrase your question.
This was immediately broadcasted throughout the country, wasn't it?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
The samples that you were talking about with the air this is the very first time you've ever taken air samples, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
In fact, you have no training whatsoever in the collection or preservation of air samples.
This is the first time I ever heard it being done. That's correct.
And this, you had never heard of this ever being done in any cases prior to this one.
That's correct.
And this for you was somewhat of an experiment.
It was new. I wouldn't call it an experiment.
Okay. Mr. Sigmund, that came and took the samples that you witnessed. This was the first time he had collected air samples, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
If you're aware.
This wouldn't be based on anything other than hearsay.
Sustained.
There were multiple attempts to try and collect samples, right?
Yes.
Just couldn't seem to do it correctly.
No, that wasn't the case at all.
You weren't sure if you were doing it correctly.
No, that wasn't the case at all.
Okay. It was the first time you were doing it, but you were certain you were doing it correctly.
Which time are we talking about?
Multiple times. You have the 17th and
Air.
the 23rd, correct? You did it on
Air.
The 17th of
July?
and the 23rd of?
Peggy just asked a really good question. She said, are we talking about air or hair? So the last witness that I just had up, the woman, she was talking about mitochondrial DNA from hair and in a decomposing body that like hadn't been tested ever. She works for the FBI. And so it was way beyond her scope of knowledge. And I think the jury was like, what are we supposed to know here? This guy is talking about the samples in the air. And that's what's like so wild is things were let in. If I were the state, I would not have been okay with this. If I was the defense, I would have been like, bring it on. Because this is wild. Testing theories that honestly haven't been tested much before. Okay. All right. We're going to go.
Bye.
They were not attempted by me at all. They were done by Dr. Michael Sigmund.
And is it your understanding that they were being done correctly, or they had to come back and try something new?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Any response will be based on hearsay.
Sustained.
You were part of this process, were you not?
I observed the process, correct.
And there were multiple methods employed in trying to collect air sample, were there not?
There were different types of filters used to collect the air sample, yes.
First, there was the syringe.
Correct,
Then there was the little carbon filters.
correct.
And then after that, in August, you got sent a pump from Mr. Voss.
And that is the sample that I collected, correct.
Now, the difficulty that you had is in collecting air samples is that air is a free-flowing thing, is it not?
Air is free flowing, but I don't understand what you mean by difficult.
Well, let me rephrase it let me put it this way. The air in the garage of your forensic bay was not the same on July 16th as it was August 29th, was it?
It wasn't the same air. Whether it was the same quality of air, I couldn't tell you that.
And that's because you open the garage door Air comes in and air goes out.
Correct.
And that's the same thing with this car, correct?
Correct. The air would leave and the air would stay. Yes.
You don't have any information as to the air in this car on June 16th, correct?
Correct.
And you don't have any information as to the air in the garage of the Anthony family.
Correct.
And you certainly didn't do any samples of the garage in the Anthony family home.
That's correct.
And furthermore, at the tow yard where this car was for 3 weeks, you didn't do any samples of the air over there, did you?
No.
Nor near the dumpster where this car was for 3 days.
Correct.
Now, the samples that you took on August 29th, they were not air samples that, actually, let me rephrase that. Mr. Sigmund took the samples on the 23rd, correct? July.
Yes.
And then on August 29th, you attempted to get what are called control samples.
I don't understand that question. No, I don't think that's correct. No.
You attempted to get samples of various different environments, not just the car.
Correct.
So you could compare the sample from the forensic bay garage versus the car.
I can't compare it. No.
That was the purpose of you collecting air samples from the forensic bay of the garage, was it not?
He doesn't even know why he's.
Let me rephrase
In
this.
there. Thank
Let's see if I can help you. I apologize for the question. The forensic bay air from your garage is not an item of evidence in this case.
The forensics bay air that I collected,
Yeah,
is evidence.
Okay. There's no dispute in fact or anything having to do with the air from your garage at the forensics bay.
There's no dispute. I don't understand what you mean.
Let me see if I can rephrase it to see if I help you. The reason you took sample from the air of the forensic bay and from the car and then also from the garbage is that you could compare, so others could compare the difference in the air from one location to the other, right?
I wouldn't say difference. I think what the tests were conducted for to see what was in the air at that particular location, like what was in the air in the garage, what was in the air in the trunk, and what was in the air in the trash.
Right. So that way you can have a better indication as to whether the air from the garage made it into the trunk and vice versa.
Correct. Okay.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Okay.
Okay. Now, but the problem is you took this on August 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't take it on you didn't take it on June 16th.
Correct.
You didn't take it on July 15th when you first got the car.
Correct.
It was done a month and a half later
Correct.
for air that is free flowing.
Correct.
So the samples that you collected are not representative of what the air was like in that car on July 15th or June 16th of 2008.
What I think was being collected for was the odor coming from the area and the items that were tested.
My question to you, sir, is it's not a representative sample of what you were trying to accomplish. Isn't that correct?
I don't understand the question.
I'm going to object. He's asking for a scientific conclusion that's outside the scope of his stated expertise at this point.
Well,
I feel like it's
Justice
outside of
Stone indicated
everyone's
that he does not
expertise.
understand the question, which means the question is.
All right. You also sampled the garbage, correct?
Yes, an air sample was taken of the garbage.
Okay.
I'm sorry, trash.
The trash.
Right.
Okay. We got into that yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what you did was you didn't take a sample of the trash on July 15th, right?
Correct.
You did it on August 29th.
Yes, sir.
But there was a significant difference in the trash from the 15th of July, the 16th of July to the 29th of August, correct?
There was a what?
There was a significant
No,
difference.
thank you.
There could have been.
In fact,
I wouldn't be able to tell because I didn't test it on the 16th. So I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the 16th and the 28th when I tested.
but there was something done to the trash when you got it on the 16th, right?
I didn't get it on the 16th.
Okay, the 17th of July. Let me start from the top. You got the
He
trash
is
in the
like-
forensics department on July 16th, 2008.
Okay.
And that trash
Okay.
was then taken to a dry room, was it not?
I don't know if it was immediately taken to the dry room or not.
Okay.
Just give it up. Was there an objection? Can I have the pillow?
I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit C, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Now, without showing this to the jury, unfortunately, this is not admitted into evidence, sir. The photograph on the left shows how the garbage was when you received it, correct?
I can't answer that. I wasn't there when it was received.
Does that look like the garbage when you first saw it?
It does look like the trash, yes.
And the photograph on the right is after it was placed in the dryer.
I can't answer that question. That's not a dry room. That's being, to me, it looks like it's being laid out to be inspected.
Do you see a significant difference between the trash on the left and the trash on the right?
Of course.
And what's the purpose of putting trash in the dry room?
I didn't put it in the dry room. You'll have to ask Gerardo Blasey, who put it in the dry room, what his purpose, what his reason was.
But you're a supervisor, right?
Correct.
And you have experience in crime scene investigation, do you not?
Yes.
What would be the purpose of putting trash in a dry room?
Either storage or drying.
Okay.
Sounds like the
Either to
Karen
store it
Reed
or to dry
trial
it?
all
Correct.
over again.
Okay. And when you took the samples of air for the trash, it had already been in the dry room.
Yes.
Okay. So, and it would not have had the moisture or the same odor that it had back on July 16th.
I can't answer that.
Your common knowledge. Would it tell you, sir?
It's possible.
Let me finish the question. Your common knowledge.
I'm going to object. He's asking him to speculate.
Let him finish asking the question. Sir, do not answer the question until I tell you to answer.
Your common knowledge of being a human being that has trash and has dealt with trash all your life. I'm sure you've thrown it out a few times, right?
Correct.
Wait, don't answer the question, sir, until I instruct you to answer the question.
The odor would be significantly different if you had a wet bag of trash versus trash that was individually taken out and put in the dry room.
Objection to that one. You may answer, sir.
If the trash was wet and they placed it in a dry room to dry, yes, the smell would be different from the time it was wet and then the time when it was dry, if it was wet.
Okay. And when you took the air sample of the garbage on August 29th, the trash was dry.
That's possible.
Can you look at your report and see what the trash was stored in at that time?
The trash was stored in a brown box,
A brown box like one of these? Cardboard box.
a brown cardboard box with tape all the way around it, correct?
And it wasn't moist and wet and damp, was it?
No, it was not.
Now, you testified that and I'm showing the witness defense exhibit E. You testified, sir, that you collected this trash can. I'm sorry, this gas can.
Yes, sir, I did.
It's Saturday. I apologize, sir.
Does counsel lay a predicate that that's the same photograph as the introduced photograph?
I'm being more than happy to do that, sir.
Okay.
This is the same photograph that you took that's been admitted into evidence, is it not, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got this gas can, it's metal.
Yes, sir.
And it appears to also have some, I guess, some gas dripping on the side a little bit.
It was completely dry.
Can I show it to you and
Sure.
maybe get a closer look?
Yes.
Pointing right below the duct tape that appears to be a shining area. Does that appear to you in any way to be some either wet or slightly drying gas?
It was not a wet can. That might be a stain from it being there prior and drying, but it was not, there was no gas in that can that I remember.
And you processed this entire can for prints,
Correct.
and it didn't have any fingerprints, did it?
No, it did not.
So it's possible somebody wiped this down for fingerprints?
I mean that comment too.
Sustain.
Do you know, or do you have any indication as to whether this can was wiped down to clear someone's fingerprints before turning it over?
Objection. He's asking him to speculate.
Sustain.
There are some indications that you can see, sir, when processing an item for fingerprints as to whether it's been wiped down. Isn't that correct, sir?
On occasions, yes.
Were you able to identify as to whether anybody had attempted to wipe down this particular piece of evidence before turning it over to you?
It did not appear to me to be wiped down,
But it certainly did not contain anyone's fingerprints.
and that's possible. That's correct.
No further questions.
All
Can
right.
you redirect?
Very few. The gas can that you just testified about was handed to you by someone, correct?
It was actually pointed out and I retrieved it.
Did you collect it yourself using gloves?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And when you took possession of it, do you carry it by its handle?
That's the way you normally carry the gas can.
The vehicle in question, the Sunfire, where was it stored between July
String
16th
I can still hear.
and the end of August when you took those samples that you testified about?
It was secured at our office in our garage.
Same location the entire time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the odor in the vehicle the same between July 15th and when you took those samples at the end of August?
Yes, ma'am. There still was a strong odor on the vehicle.
Okay. Had it diminished in any way to your recollection?
Not that I recall.
The items that we're referring to as trash, those items were handled by Gerardo Bloisy,
Yes, ma'am, they were.
photographed by him, not you?
Correct.
Do you have knowledge as to whether or not the garbage was stored separately
Well, you're
from the
alerting
car
me.
the entire time?
Yes, it was.
That's all I want to follow up with. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any additional questions?
I just want there to
On
be
the
a
area that
general
was just covered.
consensus. Like, was she ugly and that's why they hated her, or was she pretty and that's why they were having sex? Because I hear a different story every other day.
Okay, may the witness be excused. Thank you. You may be excused, sir, subject to recall.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the time is now approximately 8 minutes to the hour of 1. I don't necessarily think we have an 8-minute witness. Okay, we're going to recess for today and reconvene in this matter on Monday at 9 a.m.
Apparently, she got sick.
I have worked out the kinks as far as restaurant number 1. It'll be one day, hopefully next week in the evening.
This was the day.
And as soon as I get some additional information, I will see if I'm able to work out the kinks on restaurant number 2. Okay?
Okay.
Oh, okay. I think things should work out for the hamburgers, though. Did they? You don't know yet? Okay. I'll see, can I find out before I leave today.
I
Okay,
kinda wanna
see you on
hear
Monday morning.
what is said outside of the jury.
Yeah, you may be seated. Okay, folks, anything else? Yes, ma'am.
This is just an issue that has arisen. We have a consultant as it relates to some of the computer issues, and we would like permission at this point to exempt Sandy Osborne and Kevin Stanger from the rule of sequestration for the limited purpose of discussing the evidence with us and the consultant.
Mr. Baez?
This is not someone who will testify, but there are just some issues that we wanted to address prior to their testimony, and they've certainly been deposed. The evidence, the hard drive's been turned over, and rather than violate the rule of sequestration by having the witness talk to somebody else about their testimony, seeking the court's permission just to permit the inquiry for that limited purpose.
You're referring to a consultant that is not on the witness list?
Yes.
We certainly would object to that, Judge.
On what basis?
If I'm hearing, and which is always a question, and if I agree at the same time, you're asking to have a new consultant to review with your, what are you asking? Lynn? I didn't quite get it. I'm sorry. Ms. Baker.
I have a consultant assisting me on some issues that are work product. In order to deal with that, the consultant will need to also have access to the listed witnesses. Since the rule's been invoked, that would prohibit the witness from discussing their testimony with anyone besides the attorneys. What I would like to do is have the court allow us, for that limited purpose of any consultation that I have with this person, that I could have the three-way conversation rather than relaying it down the grapevine. Nope.
I would have no concern about that. However, we may want to have a brief deposition of that person, our own interview with them.
No.
What person?
To discover what they're trying to do. Well, never mind. That'd be a work product issue.
Yeah.
A month ago, I wouldn't have had to ask the court's permission, but there are some other issues that
Okay.
We don't object.
The rule, as we all know, is designed to prevent the coloring of testimony. And technically that would have been a violation. But you did the proper thing in seeking permission. Permission is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else, folks?
needed the rest of the rule be invoked. I find it extraordinary that the trash and garbage humor came in today after yesterday.
I'm lost.
This last witness talked about calling it trash instead of garbage after yesterday's deal, and it's supposed to be under rule of sequestration, not talking to Gerardo Loisy. It's a huge coincidence. I just ask that everybody understand the rule is invoked. They're required to instruct.
Well, it is what it is. If there's an allegation of violation of the rule, then I hear evidence of such. But it's a interesting dichotomy when folks call garbage trash and other folks call trash garbage. And as Mr. Baez pointed out, people use that phrase interchangeably. To some folks, it's garbage. To some folks, it's trash. And only the good Lord knows what the third connotation would be. Refuge. And some folks may call it waste management. Okay, anything else, folks? I have one brief matter at 8:30 Monday, but it will not be in here.
All right.
It will be in my hearing room. Are you going to do that?
Mr. Bias. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay, so what I just did, I am skipping us ahead because the people that testified in the days between what we just saw and where we are going, they were just arguing for days over the capability of the police dog, the handler, and I wanted to beat my head up against a brick wall. So I figured I wouldn't put you guys through that either. And we could get to the laptop because that's what a lot of people want to hear about. So let's go. Way too loud.
Good morning, I'm Sandra Osborne, SANDRA-OSBORNE.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Please tell the members of the jury how you are employed.
I'm employed as a computer examiner for the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked for the Orange County Sheriff?
Finishing up 21 years this year.
What assignments have you had with that agency?
I started out in patrol. From there, I went into investigations and crime scene investigations. From there, I've been into sex crimes, child abuse, did a short stint with homicide, and now I'm in computer crimes.
What sort of training and background do you have that qualifies you for that position that you now hold at the Orange County Sheriff?
I have a college business degree through Columbia College. I have over 700 hours of computer examiner forensic training specifically, and I hold 2 computer forensic examiner certifications.
What is involved in the certification process?
The 2 certifications that I hold, the first one is through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. For short, we call that IASIS. The certification process for IASIS. Sorry. The certification for IASIS involves a lengthy process. The first of which I attended a 2-week certification class, which involved a classroom setting. From there, once you successfully complete the 2-week class, I moved on to the peer review phase of the process, where I completed successfully a series of practical exam problems. From there, once that was successfully completed, I moved on to the 100-question practical knowledge exam, which I successfully completed.
Okay. What is it that they are asking you to do in these certification programs specifically? I understand that you receive classroom instruction and you take proficiency tests, but what is it that you're doing that they are testing you on?
What they're testing is, especially through the peer review phase of the IASIS certification, what they're asking you to do is demonstrate proficiency with the computer forensic exam. They're asking that you know the basics of computers, you know that the basic of what an exam is for, where to locate things on a computer, how to report and document those findings accurately.
Do you also have practical experience in this area aside from the certifications that you hold?
Yes, I do.
Okay, explain that to us.
Practical meaning on the job experience?
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. In the last 4 years of my computer forensics experience with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, I've conducted several hundred exams over all kinds of digital evidence, from anything from computers to cell phones to PDAs, iPhones, anything that contains any electronic device that might contain a digital file.
Have you testified as an expert witness in court?
I have.
Okay. Did that occur in Orange County, Florida?
Yes.
And were you permitted to give opinions and explain issues surrounding computer forensics?
Yes, I was.
All right. Now, at this point, I would tender the witness for voir dire, or as an expert if there is no voir dire.
Objections.
There being no objections, the witness will be accepted as an expert witness in the area of forensic
MasterCard
computer
and
analysis.
Visa. Don't know what made me say that.
Do you have a title such as detective? I want to make sure I'm going to call you the right name.
No,
Detective Osborne.
Detective is fine.
Detective Osborne, as a result of your position in the forensics unit with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, did you receive several items of evidence in connection with the investigation into the disappearance of Kaylee Marie Anthony?
I did.
Did the first item that was provided to you consist of a cell phone purported to belong to Casey Marie Anthony?
Yes.
If I may approach the witness.
You may.
And he expects dinner immediately. So Frank is his bitch.
HQ for identification.
You may.
Have you take a look at that? Tell me if you recognize the exterior of that packaging as something that you've had contact with in the past.
I do.
How do you recognize it?
The label that's affixed to the front of here is filled out in my handwriting. And I also resealed the evidence package once I was finished examining the item. When I resealed it back, those are my initials, and that's the date that I sealed the package.
You indicate on the label on the exterior what is contained inside?
Yes, I did.
And what item did you place inside that package and ultimately seal?
This is a Nokia cell phone.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce HQ for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections.
It will be received in evidence as
2008.
Are there, and please correct me if I use the wrong terminology, are there forensic applications that can be utilized to retrieve data and information from a cell phone, such as the one that you received?
That's
as belonging to Ms.
hilarious.
Anthony?
Yes, there are.
Are you a millennial?
What processes are available?
The process I use most often, and the one I used in this investigation, is a hardware tool called a Cellbrite.
Is that one that is recognized as premier in the field, able to give reliable data to an examiner such as yourself?
It is.
Okay. What sort of information can be retrieved using Cellbrite?
I can retrieve a contact list. I can retrieve text messages, sometimes call histories, incoming calls, outgoing calls, picture files, video files, audio files, voice messages, whatever the phone offers.
Okay. Is your ability to do any or all of those things hampered by the phone itself in any way?
Sometimes it is, yes.
How about anything to do with the service provider to the phone? Does that affect your ability to extract data?
It can. There are several ways that extraction of data from a cell phone can be hampered. The manufacturer of the phone itself could not allow that information to be pulled out, if you will, by a third-party tool. Sometimes the data port on the phone where you plug the phone in to charge it or transfer data from it could be disabled by the carrier. Sometimes our software is just not engineered to gather that information from that particular make and model of phone. So there are several different ways that we could.
I see that we have some new viewers. So hello, I would love it and appreciate it if you could please like this stream and subscribe to my channel. I do new trials and old trials, and right now we are covering the old Casey Anthony trial, and I'd love to have you back daily starting at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Thanks.
Be hampered, and we're not able to retrieve all the data available on the phone.
Does Cellbrite update their software or whatever program that they provide to law enforcement agencies over time?
Periodically, we do get updates from Cellbrite, yes.
When you received this phone, was it for the purpose of attempting to determine whether or not an individual by the name of Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez could be located?
That's correct, it was.
What information, if any, were you able to obtain from that phone through the initial use of the tool that you had mentioned?
The initial data extracted from that Nokia cell phone was simply the contact list and several music files.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to why that was the only information that could be retrieved from the phone?
I believe at that time, the limitations of my Cellbrite hardware device that I was using to extract the data was not capable of fully extracting the data available on that particular phone.
What is a SIM card?
It's a unique identifier, that little chip card that goes inside the back of some cellular phones that allows the phone to connect to the network.
Are SIM cards interchangeable in different phones?
They are, and they will attempt to connect to the same network.
Did the Nokia phone that you were provided of Ms. Anthony's have a SIM card in it?
I don't recall. I will have to look at my notes if I may.
Right. Will those notes assist you in refreshing your recollection?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the witness use her notes or report to
My
refresh your recollection as
last
to
Yes.
the SIM
cell
card.
phone from Verizon, my iPhone, didn't require a SIM card in it. I still don't understand that. Why, what, how, where? Isn't that confusing? Also, news on this
It did have
channel.
a SIM card, yes.
Do you use different forensic applications?
I am going to hire someone to help me create shorts for YouTube. I cannot do it. I spend my time researching. I spend my time watching and thinking up new content. I can't. So if you have ever worked with anyone, if you know of anyone, they're basically just going to take content from like the day before and just make shorts out of it. If you know of anyone, let me know. Thanks.
Other than Cellbrite to evaluate whether or not there's data on the SIM card that can be retrieved?
It's merely a process of removing the SIM card from the back of the phone device and plugging it into the port on the Cellbrite that accommodates the SIM card. And then you instruct the Cellbrite device as you scroll through the menu options for data extraction that recognizes, hey, now I have a SIM card to look at, and it will extract the data from the SIM card and report it for you.
Okay. In this case, did the SIM card hold any information different than you were able to obtain from the physical device, the phone itself?
Hi, welcome.
The SIM card was the same information as the device.
Were you able, from that limited information that Cellbrite would provide you at that time, to locate any information about a Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez?
I didn't notice any, but it's not my function necessarily to examine the data from the cell phone. I'm not always advised on what's relevant to the investigation at the time, so I did not see any, but I would have handed the data extracted to the detectives and let them decipher through it from there.
When you extract this data, do you reduce it to some sort of report or format that a layperson really can look at and make decisions as to whether it's important information or not?
The Cellbrite does a nice job of reporting the data in a very nice web-based report that's easily readable.
Okay. Did you eventually receive other evidence items in an effort to initially locate this Zenaida Fernandez Gonzalez?
I did.
Did you receive computers?
Yes,
Okay. How about a laptop computer?
I did.
And who did you receive a laptop computer from?
Detective Casey Beasley brought in at the same time she brought me the Nokia cell phone, brought me a compact laptop computer.
Do you remember, or do your records reflect a serial number for that computer?
My records will reflect it.
Right. Maybe she utilized those to give us the unique serial number on this item.
Sorry, it's feeding time.
The serial number of the computer is C Charlie N November D Delta 6430 R Romeo K Kilo H Hotel.
Go ahead and eat, baby.
Did you receive a desktop computer as well?
Yes, meaning a floor model computer that sits on the floor in the home. Yes, I did.
Do you recall, or do the records of the Orange County Sheriff reflect the serial number of the desktop that you received?
I have that information.
Okay, can you provide that, please?
The serial number of the HP home computer was M Mike X X-ray M Mike 4100 Hotel Yankee Lima.
Who did you receive that computer from?
Miss Ewilda McBride, who was in the missing persons unit at that time.
All right. Did you note the date and time that you received that item?
I did.
Can you tell us?
I received that item July 17th of 2008 at approximately 1:30 in the afternoon.
1:30
in the afternoon.
How about the laptop? Do you have records that reflect the date and time that you received that item?
I received the laptop from
Baby,
Detective
all you have to
Beasley
do is
on
confirm.
July the 16th, 2008 at approximately 8 p.m. in the evening.
Did you receive any cameras?
I did.
Okay. What kinds?
I received a Polaroid T730 digital camera on the 17th of July, 2008. I received a Nikon Coolpix camera on July 21st, 2008.
I'll see you on Tuesday.
Are there forensic applications that you can use to determine the contents of a camera, or do you just scroll through it like I would?
I use a forensic tool to examine the camera.
All right. And what tool was used to examine the Nikon Coolpix?
I use a forensic software tool called Ncase made by Guidance Software.
Okay. And what information does Ncase provide off of a camera? You said that was a digital camera?
It's a digital camera.
What information would Ncase provide off of a digital camera?
What I did not actually plug in the Nikon camera into the Ncase. I pulled the SD flash card from the back of the camera, which actually stores all of the files. So I would have plugged the SD card into an adapter and used the Ncase to view that card, the contents of the card.
And were you able to view the contents of that card?
I was.
Right. Were you able to locate any video files of Kaylee Anthony?
Yes.
Using that tool, were you able to determine the date that the video files were generated?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the members of the jury what you found.
The dates on the files that I found from the Nikon Coolpix camera were June the 15th of 2008.
Did you review the video?
Yes, I did.
All right. Is this video that appeared to have been taken at a nursing facility?
It appeared to be, yes.
How do you know that the date and time on that video is accurate as to when the image was captured?
Most of the digital cameras today will record or embed inside of each video file or each digital file that it takes information about itself. It will embed information in that file, such as the make and model of the camera that took the picture, the date and the time setting that the camera was set to at the time the picture was taken. It may embed information if it's a more sophisticated device. The GPS coordinates where the camera was actually located when the picture was taken. It might give you information about the shutter speed or the lighting conditions or something of that sort on a very, very nice camera. The information on this Nikon Coolpix camera gave me information about itself. It was a Nikon Coolpix, and it gave me the model of the camera, and it gave me the date and the time setting that the camera was set to at the time that picture was taken.
All right. When you received the camera in July of 2008, July 21st, did you make an assessment as to whether or not the date and time settings were correct at that point?
What I did was I compared the date and time setting on the camera with the current date and time at the moment I had the camera in my hand. The current date and time, according to my clock in my office at the time I had it, was July 21st, 2008 at 10:54 in the morning. And the setting on the clock on the camera itself was the same date, July 21st, 2008 at 10:56 in the morning. So it was about a 2-minute difference.
The laptop that you described for us, having received from Detective Beasley, what condition was it in when it was provided to you? Meaning, was it on? Was it off? What is it that you are initially evaluating when you receive that item?
I believe that camera was off. Let me just double check.
I've switched to the laptop.
The laptop. I don't recall if that item was powered on or off at the time I received it.
Does that make a difference to you?
As far as retrieving data from it?
Either retrieving data or where to begin your examination?
No, I would, if a laptop is brought to me and it's still powered on, I'll remove the battery and power it down and note the date and time. I will document the condition of the machine. If it's running, as if to say what applications are running, is it connected to the internet at the time? Is there a Word doc open? Something to that effect. I'll document the condition of the machine at the time before I power it down, and then I'll make a note of the date and time that I power it down.
Okay. When you are performing an examination on any item of evidence, but particularly a computer, whether that be a laptop or a desktop, is it your methodology to make sure it's off before any attempt to retrieve data is undertaken?
In a lab setting, yes, I'll power the machine off and we'll remove the hard drive from the machine.
When you receive the desktop or the floor model, can you describe the make and model of that item?
The desktop is made by Hewlett-Packard, and it's your standard floor model. They call it a 520N, I'm sorry.
How large is the hard drive on that item?
160 gigabytes.
In what condition was that item received?
That item was powered down. It was not on at the time.
Are there different tools that you use to evaluate the contents of a computer as opposed to a cell phone or some other electronic device?
There are many items you can use to examine a hard drive from a computer, but in this event, I use the EnCase software.
Okay. Has this EnCase software been used in the forensic community for a period of time?
It has. It's a standard.
Okay. Any idea how long this standard tool has been utilized?
I don't know when EnCase started. I've been using it since I began computer forensics in 2006. I would say a decade or more.
Okay. Has this EnCase program been determined to be a reliable way to preserve and retrieve data from a computer?
It has. It's an industry standard as a reliable software tool, yes.
Okay. You told us what information Cellbrite can extract from a device. What information is given to a forensic examiner such as yourself through the use of the EnCase application or tool?
The EnCase tool can examine every bit on a hard drive, every 0 and every 1 that's reported on a hard drive on a digital file when used properly. The EnCase software completely looks at every single bit of information on that hard drive, whether the user can see that information or not.
That's terrifying.
Now, what is it that you did with this computer, the HP, to ensure that the data as it existed at the time that you obtained the item was not changed, altered, or corrupted in any way?
It's the standard practice of a computer forensic examiner to protect the original evidence that we receive. In this case, with the HP computer, it would have been the hard drive, the hard disk drive that was contained inside the computer tower. After documenting the condition of the computer and you pull the cables from the hard drive and remove it, I would have attached it to, and I did attach it to what we call a write blocker. And the purpose of the write blocker is to do exactly that. It prevents my forensic machine running a Windows operating system from taking a hold of that evidence drive and making writes to it. The Windows operating system likes to reach out and touch the other items that are associated with it to try to look at it. And I don't want that to happen. I don't want any files to be changed. I don't want my machine to make any writes to that drive. So I connected it to a hardware write blocker to prevent that write, the write blocking process. And basically what that does is it places the evidence hard drive in a read-only mode. And then that way I can read the drive, copy the evidence from it, and then I'll put the original hard drive away. And I will not work from the original. I'll work from my copy instead.
Okay. What happens to the original hard drive?
I put it back into evidence.
Okay. Has the Orange County Sheriff's Office retained the hard drive from the HP that we've been talking about to date?
No, I believe we returned that one to the family.
Okay. So before it's returned, what do you do aside from the write blocker to ensure that you have access to the data as it existed at the time that you took possession of the computer?
Those evidence files that EnCase creates when I make a copy of the original evidence off that drive.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. I don't know.
It's probably my voice. I apologize. The original evidence files that are created by EnCase when I make a copy of the original hard drive evidence are stored both on a server and I stored them on a separate hard drive, which I have in court today, so they are preserved.
Now, you had talked about that you don't necessarily evaluate the data that is retrieved from an electronic device.
From a cell phone specifically, I do extensive exams on computer evidence, but with a cell phone, because there's limited data usually, I'll just hand that over to the investigators and let them go through it and see what they think is important.
All right. So, but as far as the computer is concerned, you do engage in a process of evaluating the information that is extracted from the hard drive.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. This is a good time to take a 15-minute recess at this time. Members of the jury, I'm going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourselves nor anyone else. We'll take a 15-minute recess at this time.
That word, and I realized I recognized it immediately as an internet file, an internet database file. I looked around a little bit to see if I could figure out if it was Internet Explorer or if it was some other type of browser internet. But since I'm not that familiar, I was not able to determine that. I went back to the beginning of the record because I don't know where within a web page the word chloroform would have appeared. So it was just very difficult for me at that time to figure that out. So I found the search hit and I turned it over to my sergeant from there.
How does the turning over process occur since this is data? How does that happen?
Basically, he shoulder surfs and oversees everything I do. We are within a few feet of each other in the lab every day. He copied that out. He'll have to testify as to what he did exactly, but he copied that information out to another source and then re-examined it on his own machine and created the report from there.
All right. The HP was not the only computer that you evaluated through EnCase, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ultimately receive a computer purported to belong to an individual by the name of Ricardo Morales?
I did.
When did you receive that and from whom?
I'm the latter.
You need to go out. Come on.
I received a computer reportedly belonging to Ricardo Morales October 28th of 2008, and it was submitted to me by Sergeant John Allen.
What did you do to preserve any of the data that existed on Mr. Morales' computer as of October 28th of 2008?
The procedure for documenting and preserving the data on his hard drive was the same as the other computers that I examined. Removing the hard drive from the system, booting it into the BIOS and checking the system clock. And as I'm saying that, I think that was an Apple computer and the hard drive was removed. That was a MacBook computer. The hard drive was removed and copied using the encase software.
Okay. Did you determine what the date and time were on the computer?
I did. The date and time that I removed the hard drive and checked the system clock was October 28th of 2008 at 3:24 in the afternoon. And the system clock on the computer that is set to October 28th, 2008 at 7:24 p.m., which would have been London time or Greenwich Mean Time. So I believe at that time of the year in October, there would be a time differential between our time and London time of about 4 hours.
If I may show the witness what has been introduced into evidence as states 12. There's a monitor. It looks like it's been turned. If you can just turn it to you. Well, it's in evidence.
Yeah, turn it off as well.
May I publish the item to the jury during the witness's testimony since it's already been introduced?
You may.
Can you see the image in states 12 in evidence displayed on your monitor?
I can.
Were you asked to determine whether or not that image appeared anywhere on Ricardo Morales' computer?
I was asked to do two things on his computer. I was asked to perform keyword searches previously performed on other computers, and I was also asked to look for any pictures of Kaylee that I could find wearing a pink t-shirt that had specific writing on the front of it.
All right. Were you able to locate states 12 in evidence?
Yes, I was.
How did you locate it?
I located it by searching all the graphic files, the picture files on the computer.
Maybe you're getting as bad as Frank.
I'm sorry.
Right
I don't
now.
know that I did. I don't know if I recognize that one or not. I don't have that computer printed. If you can, I'm sorry. I don't have that report printed out. I have it on a disk. I do not have a paper print out of that.
You may.
While we're looking for that, can you tell the jury whether or not, once an image is located in the graphic files, whether there's any way to determine when the photograph was taken?
Yes, the same process that I explained earlier with the Nikon Coolpix camera, with the information that's embedded into each picture file is embedded by the camera itself into the file. Once that picture file is saved from the digital camera to the computer, that embedded information stays in with the file, so I'm still able to view that.
Is that right?
10 minutes. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess to 11:30.
I don't blame them for constantly taking recesses. Like this is a.
Sarah, can I ask the president of jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
The defense?
Yes, sir.
It's
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the photograph that you have currently displayed,
Super
remember the previous
technical.
instruction that I gave you concerning the bruise under the eye of
Hey, please make sure to like and subscribe. I see we have a lot of new viewers, so welcome. I do trials new and old, so I hope you stay to watch for a little bit and engage in the chat.
Kayla Marie Anthony, that it was not a result of any abuse or anything of that nature. Okay, you may continue.
Detective Osborne, have you been able to locate the printed information that you had contained on disk regarding the photo displayed in states 12 in evidence?
I have located it. Yes, ma'am.
Was this photograph among a collection of photos that were given to you on a thumb drive by Detective Yuri Melich as originating from the Globe?
Yes.
Were you ultimately able to determine whether or not the photo in 12 that was on the thumb drive was on Mr. Morales's computer.
I was, and it was located on both. I found them they were on the thumb drive and on the computer.
Now, you had testified about the ability to determine when a photograph is taken based on data embedded in the photograph.
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to determine, based on embedded data, when the photograph in States 12 was taken? Just give me the day, month, and year.
The day, month, and year that the camera was set to when it took the photograph was January 28th, 2008.
All right. And when you say the camera, the date that the camera was set to, you didn't actually have the camera available to you to determine whether or not the settings were consistent with the current time.
I did not. It was not submitted for analysis.
If I could show the witness States 13 in evidence and permission to publish to the jury at the same time.
You may.
So loud. Where's everybody watching
Can
from?
you see that?
Type in the chat.
Right. Was this photograph likewise provided on the thumb drive by Detective Yuri Melich?
At the time, as to the dates indicated.
Approach the bench.
Yes, sir.
Objection overruled.
Detective Osborne, do you recall my last question?
About the date and the time?
Not the time, the date that the photograph in States 13 was taken. Oh, the date that the camera was set to when the photograph was.
Yes, the date the camera was set to.
I think that question goes to the witness testifying about the camera,
Wow.
not the photograph that it was.
Let me start over.
Yes, rephrase the question.
All right. Do you recognize 13 in evidence?
Yes.
Did that photograph appear on a thumb drive provided to you by Detective Yuri Melich?
Yes.
Were you able to identify the same photograph on Ricardo Morales's computer?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell from the information provided by the computer what type of camera took this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Was that information embedded in the photograph itself?
Yes.
What type of camera took the photograph?
The Canon PowerShot SD 870.
Incredible.
Was other information embedded in the photograph?
Yes.
Is the information related to the date and time that the camera was set to when the photograph was taken embedded in the photograph?
Yes.
What date and time? I'm sorry, what date? You don't need to give me the time. What date was the camera set to when the photograph was taken?
March 19th, 2008.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no other questions of the witness.
Cross-examination.
God.
Good morning, ma'am.
Sir.
It's Sergeant Osborne, correct?
Detective.
Oh, detective. Okay, sorry. Detective Osborne, I just want to clear up a couple things with the
I know, Peggy, right?
users' profiles on the computer. Okay. There are 2 profiles on this computer, correct?
User created profiles. Yes.
And that doesn't mean that only 2 people are using this computer, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, there are various searches on both profiles, are there not? Various types of searches?
Internet searches?
Yes.
I would assume so. Yes, I found searches.
And there could be multiple users using one profile. Is that correct?
Correct.
And a password only means something if, 1, that person's not told anyone else what the password is, right?
Correct.
And 2, the computer's turned off after that password is utilized and computer activity is done.
Okay.
All right. Is that a yes, sir?
Yes.
All right. So if I have a password protected area, which is the owner portion of the owner profile, not the Casey profile, right?
Yes.
If I'm using the owner profile and I log in and the computer stays on and it just, I guess, goes to sleep or whatever, I don't have to relog the password in, do I?
It depends on the setting on the computer. If the computer hibernates or sleeps or in some form or fashion resets itself, the password can be set to reset itself after a minute or 30 minutes or 5 hours or all day. It depends on the setting on the computer.
But you don't know or can't testify as to any of that information, can you?
I didn't ascertain that on this computer, no, sir.
Okay. So as far as you know, someone could type in the password, leave it on, and anyone else can come use the computer and not have to enter in a password.
As far as I know, that's correct.
And you mentioned that you had done a keyword search for chloroform. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This is important.
Do you have the date and time that was run?
I believe that was around August the 20th. I don't know that I did the exact date, but it was around August 20th or shortly thereafter of 2008.
But do you have the date and time that you believe these searches were run?
That would be incorporated in the temporary internet file history, which I did not examine. My sergeant examined that, so I can't testify as to that.
Okay, so you have no information on that area.
Not that I'm prepared to testify to, no, sir.
Understood. And what we were talking about as far as the camera was concerned, you never saw the camera.
Which camera?
The camera, I'm sorry. The camera of the photos that we showed the jury just recently.
The Canon PowerShot?
Yes.
I did not see that camera.
I find that
Okay.
very hard to
And
believe, Peggy.
you don't know if the
sounds
time
cold.
settings were correct.
Nope,
In fact, you don't know if this person even bothered setting the time when they purchased the camera.
I do not.
And many people are a little, many people find setting the time on like VCRs and cameras somewhat difficult, do they not?
Subjective.
Sustained.
If you know, ma'am.
Sustained. Next question.
Does every camera that you inspect and every computer have the exact time set?
No.
I can have just a moment. I want to check and see if I have any other questions for you.
The next guy I'm going to have you guys listen to as well.
Now, it was you who inspected Ricardo Morales' computer,
Yes,
and you ran searches. If I can just have a moment. Do you have that report with you? Did you prepare?
yes.
Now, you were asked to run searches for chloroform on Ricardo Morales' computer, was it not?
Yes,
Were you not? And you indicated that there were also no photographs of chloroform on his computer.
correct. My report specifically says I didn't find any web pages or pictures referencing chloroform on that computer.
Oh, look at that.
Yes.
Isn't that nifty?
I'm going to show you what's been admitted into evidence as defense exhibit 1, or defense evidence 1.
Shout out to Veilhammer Media for letting us use their content. I have to talk constantly to make sure that I'm
Are
not
you
breaking
familiar
any
with this
rules.
photograph?
It's not on the screen. I just put it up.
Oh, thank you.
It's possible. Well, that published to the jury.
Yes, may I, Your Honor?
Peggy.
Zoom it out.
I'm sorry, you asked if I recognize this picture?
Yes.
I've seen it, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that this was posted on Ricardo Morales' MySpace account?
No, I'm not.
And I know you can only see one portion of it, but can you read to the ladies and gentlemen, or read into the record what it says?
Win her over with chloroform.
Oh,
And what does it indicate to you? It's a photo.
What it indicates to her.
Sustained.
What do you see in the photograph?
What's depicted in the photograph is a couple, a man and a woman. A woman is sitting at the chair, apparently dining in a black evening gown. The man is looking over her shoulder with a white cloth in his hand, reaching around behind her shoulder.
I didn't even catch this earlier. So why this is important is because she just got done testifying that using her program, she should be able to discover anything and everything on a hard drive. And she was tasked with looking for photos and the word chloroform spelled several different ways, and on a certain person's computer, Ricardo Morales, and she did not find anything. And her defense attorney said that this was on his MySpace. Still
And
would have shown up.
if Ricardo Morales posted this
So
on his
wild.
MySpace, that would have been from another computer that you did not examine?
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, if you didn't find this photograph on the computer that you examined, does that mean it was deleted, or how can you explain that?
Just because-
no
Let me finish
names.
the question for her. Can you explain to us, because I may not be aware of how this photograph wouldn't show up on your inspection if he posted this on his MySpace?
There are several reasons why this would not appear on his computer, or I did not find it on his computer if he posted it on MySpace. There are multiple ways you can post on MySpace. One of the most common ways would be on someone else's computer, or from a phone, or from some other access other than the computer that I'm examining. Just because I did not find this particular photograph on his computer at the time I examined it does not mean that it was never there. It just means that it was not there at the time I examined it. So if it was deleted and overwritten, then I would not have found it.
So it could have been deleted in the unallocated space.
And
Overwritten.
and overwritten if I didn't find it.
I'm sure they're
And that could be
kidding.
pretty much with any of the computer searches that you did dealing with the unallocated space, correct?
That's correct.
They were out of jail on the other
may
day
not
when
have
they
any
were
further questions.
posting. Okay, maybe, no problem.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Detective
Yes, sir.
Osborne.
Let me know once you get back.
We all right?
Detective Osborne, if you are doing a keyword search, would the pixels embedded in the picture be accessible in the keyword search?
No. The pixels are represented in hexadecimal value, which are not readable to me. When you look at the physical view of a picture, it's jumbled up, garbage looking, and it's not discernible in human readable form. No.
All right. So words embedded in a picture are not going to appear in a keyword search. Is that correct?
That's correct. In this case, the word chloroform does not appear as a word. It appears as part of the pixelated picture. So it would not have appeared to me.
Okay.
Was it your testimony on cross that the keyword search for items in the internet history, the temporary history, in any of the cookies in the unallocated space, the allocated space of Ricardo Morales' computer did not contain any chloroform references?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I want to follow up with.
Interesting.
Recross only in those areas and those areas alone.
In your report, you specify that there are no search hits for the word chloroform, correct?
That's correct. There were no references to the word chloroform, pictures, or web pages referencing the chloroform.
That was my next question. So there were no photo pictures referencing chloroform.
Not that I found, no, sir.
Thank you.
May the detective be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, detective. You may be excused.
Kevin Stenger, S-T-E-N-G-E-R.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please tell the members of the jury how you are employed.
I am the Sergeant of Computer Crimes for the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Just about 25 years.
How long have you been in the computer crimes unit? I imagine 25 years ago that didn't exist.
That's correct. The Computer Crimes Unit was formed in 2002, and I was the first sergeant.
Okay. As the sergeant in that unit, what are your regular responsibilities?
My unit is responsible for the investigation of computer crimes such as hacking, the possession of child pornography, and the vast majority of our duties are the examination of people's computers, cell phones, and PDAs for evidence.
What sort of education or background do you have that qualifies you for the position that you currently hold with the Orange County Sheriff?
Boring.
Pull your microphone down a little bit. Thank you.
I have a graduate certificate in computer forensics and a master's degree in digital forensics from the University of Central Florida.
Do you belong to any other organizations or any organizations dealing with the issue of computer forensics?
I'm a member of the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists. I began my training with them in 1996. Since then, I have either attended training or presented at all of their conferences since that date. I have been a certification coach, a regional manager of certification, and I am currently the division administrator of certification for that organization.
Right. When you refer to certification being a coach or in some sort of administrative capacity in relation to certification, what is it that you do?
I assist other members of our organization, new members of our organization, in training and obtaining their credentials to become a certified forensic computer examiner.
Okay. Have you yourself attended many trainings in the area?
I have.
Okay,
As
bye,
I stated,
John.
I've attended all the conferences of IASIS since 1996. In addition, I've attended training through guidance software, both in classes and in conferences, where I have not only attended training, but I've presented training classes. I've also attended training through classes put on by a company called Access Data and another company called Cyclist. I've presented classes for the University of Central Florida, both as a guest lecturer and as a subject matter expert.
Have you ever had the opportunity to testify in court as an expert in the area of computer forensics?
I've testified in both state and federal court as an expert in computer forensics.
Your Honor, at this time, we would tender the witness for either voir dire or a submission as an expert who can give opinions.
No objection, sir.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Sergeant Stenger will be accepted as an expert witness in the area of forensic computer analysis. You may proceed.
Thank you. Sergeant Stenger, in connection with your employment at the Orange County Sheriff's Office, were you supervising Sandra Osborne in the recovery of information from an HP computer seized or given to the Sheriff's Office by the Anthony family?
I was.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what your role was in this endeavor?
As far as the examination goes, I would review Detective Osborne's work, In the field, it's referred to as peer review, where you have somebody else go back over your examination. In addition, if Detective Osborne encountered something that she was unfamiliar with, I would assist her.
Were you made aware of a keyword search for chloroform that was done on the HP?
I was.
Same to you,
Once you were
buddy.
made aware of that search, did you take an active role in an attempt to preserve the information found as a result of the keyword search?
I did. Detective Osborne observed a search hit for the word chloroform on the computer and asked my assistance in identifying in what context that word appeared. She knew it was an internet search, but she was unfamiliar with the structure of what it was in. This particular keyword search was in what is called unallocated space.
What is that?
Many of you, I'm sure, are aware that when you delete a file, it is not necessarily gone. The best analogy I have for you as far as what unallocated space is a library. Many people use different types of analogies, but the library is probably the easiest. Hopefully, most of you remember back in the days when they had card catalogs. You used to go and look up the name of your book in the card catalog. You would then find out where that book was stored on the shelf. Computers use something similar. In order for the computer to find a file, it has to essentially look up the name of that file before it can go out on the hard drive and locate it. What happens when something becomes unallocated is that that card, that entry, essentially gets destroyed. And there is no longer any reference to where that particular file is on the hard drive. However, the data out there is still there. That book is still on the shelf. So the information was still out there. I recognized what type of file that was from the structure as a internet history record from Mozilla Firefox. It is an old version of Mozilla in what is called a MORC database. And yes, supposedly the developer of the program was evidently a fan of the television show.
I remember it too, Mark.
Okay. So what is Mozilla Firefox?
It is a internet history browser. I'm sure
like
most
the
everybody is
old
familiar with
Chrome.
Microsoft's Internet Explorer. Mozilla Firefox is another type of internet history browser.
Do you have knowledge as to whether or not this internet history browser automatically deletes files from its history? Does it clear the history on its own, or is that done manually by a user?
I am not aware that it clears records automatically.
It
It's
doesn't.
possible, I would imagine, to set it to do so, but normally it does not do it automatically.
Right. If not done automatically, is there some size limit after which some action is taken by the program?
There could be a size limit. If there is for that version, I am not aware of it.
In the absence of an automatic deletion by the program, how would someone get rid of their internet search history?
There are options in most internet search programs to delete your internet history. A user can normally select those at any time to dump their history records.
Okay. But as you indicated, even if you physically or manually dump your internet history, it's still somewhere on your hard drive.
Until such time as that area of the hard drive is used again for another file, that information will still stay there.
Do you have knowledge as to whether or not the Mozilla Firefox would store the name of the user profile in the internet history file?
Mozilla Firefox does not store the username.
Do you know of any search engine that would store the username in the deleted history?
The search history from Internet Explorer, Microsoft's Internet Explorer, would keep the username even after it's deleted in the records.
But Mozilla, since Mozilla doesn't do it regularly, it wouldn't be in the deleted history either.
Mozilla Firefox would not record the username in its records. It isn't set up to do that.
So once you were alerted to this bit of information in the unallocated space that you recognized, what action did you take?
I identified where the file started and where it ended, and then I was able to manually extract that information and then begin using a series of different internet history tools to try and read the records that were stored in that internet history file.
How are you able to identify where the file starts and where it ends?
Most files start with a unique group of bytes. It's called a header. Among the information that starts this particular database is very clear. It actually says MORC, M-O-R-K. And then not all files, but a significant number of them also end with a unique group of bytes. That is called a footer. I simply located the header and the footer for this particular type of database and then extracted that information out into a file.
Okay, I'll be right back,
Right.
maybe.
How is that process accomplished where you extract the information and put it into what type of file?
Once I identify where the file begins, I simply have to tell my forensic tool where my information starts and how many bytes long this file is, and then it will manually extract that information for me, and then I can save it into a file name that I create. And then once that file is created, I can then use other tools to examine its contents.
All right. And what tool did you utilize to manually extract the information and save it into another file?
I use a program called Encase, E-N-C-A-S-E.
All right. Once it is extracted and placed into this other file, you indicated that there are forensic tools that you could utilize to attempt to interpret the data.
That's correct.
Okay. And you attempted that in this case, or you did that?
I did that. I used a number of different tools to examine the history records. One of the issues that I discovered was that this particular internet history file spans the date between when daylight savings time switches. And so that at the time, most of the tools I was using when I set my computer's time to either daylight or standard time, half of the record was always an hour off. I subsequently had an opportunity to attend a class put on by a gentleman by the name of John Bradley. He was teaching a class in the use of a internet history tool, Cashback. This tool was able to compensate for the fact that this history record spanned this length of time, and I utilized that in order to show the records a little bit more easily.
Do you recall, or do your records reflect the dates that spanned this deleted internet history?
I believe I have them written down, if I may look at my notes.
May the witness utilize his report or notes to refresh his recollection as to the exact dates that this history spanned?
I believe it spans the time from March 4th, 2008 through March 21st.
2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Utilizing the tool that you referred to, Cashback, is that something that you did yourself?
Yes, I did.
And what information is provided in Cashback that was not available in another tool that you had at your disposal?
Primarily, the single largest difference was its ability to show me the dates and times correctly, regardless of how I set my computer. So instead of one half always being an hour off, I got all the records to display correctly, no matter what, whether they were standard time or daylight savings time.
Did you also make a request of Mr. Bradley, the individual from Cashback, to review the data file that you had carved out of the hard drive?
I provided Mr. Bradley with a copy of the file that I had extracted, and he subsequently examined it and provided me with a statement as to his findings.
Were you able to filter information out of the history from 3/4 to 3/21?
I did. I created 2 reports for, I believe, March 17th and March 21st.
And why were those dates filtered out?
Those dates contained information relating to chloroform searches, as well as other searches that were done on the internet in Mozilla Firefox.
Right. May I have a moment?
You may.
Show you what's marked as states OL for identification. Have
Okay.
you take a look at this
How about
deposit exhibit and tell me if you recognize it,
I do.
what you recognize it to be.
This is the report
Get
from
the
March
heck outta
17th
here.
that I generated using the cashback program.
Let me show you what's been marked as OM for identification and tell me if you recognize that.
I do. This
Great.
is the cashback report that I generated for March 21st. That information, I may be able to recover the history,
boring.
but the chances are I may not be able to find all the records and all the files that go into actually reproducing
Seems angry,
that
right?
web page as you saw it
Angry.
on that day.
To your knowledge, is the cashback program able to rebuild that?
Cashback can rebuild web pages, but only from what is called allocated space, where, in other words, if the books are all on the shelf, it can find all those files and folders. It can then rebuild them for you. The program cannot extract all those files and folders from unallocated space. And of course, if they were overwritten, it couldn't recover them anyway.
Right. That's all the follow-up I had, John. Thank you.
Ooh,
Any additional
wow.
questions on those issues and those issues alone?
Fancy, fancy.
Since you can't reconstruct the unallocated space of these pages, You don't know if some of these searches are from blogs or websites that, other than the recognizable ones, you don't know the authors of these websites, do you?
From the history line, you can look at it and you can tell where that keyword search was run from. In the one that you were discussing, sir, it was run from Google, and it was a search that was specific for chloroform.
My question to you, though, is talking about the searches. Since you can't reconstruct the pages, you don't know what was actually written there.
I can't tell you what was displayed on that page when it came up. That is correct.
And you said can't, right?
I cannot.
Sorry. Thank you, sir.
May the sergeant be excused?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Sergeant. You may be excused, sir.
Say hi, Pearl. All right, here we go.
My name is
Nope.
John Dennis Bradley,
We're
Dennis
not
for my
watching
name,
him. He's
Bredley
super
for
boring.
my last name.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm self-employed.
In what capacity?
I'm the owner of SideQuest, a software development company,
And how long has that company been in existence?
officially since 2001.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your background, education,
You guys
employment
wanna watch
prior
Casey's
to
mom?
the formation of the company?
I'm a former law enforcement officer in Ontario, Canada. I was employed with the Durham Regional Police Service.
Ooh, her brother. Let's watch this.
Lee Anthony, Leeanthony.
You may proceed, Mr. George.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Anthony, on July 15th or July 16th of 2008, were you on your family's home computer?
Yes, I was.
What were you doing on the computer?
Doing some internet searching, trying to figure out where Sawgrass Apartments and some other keywords were.
During that time, did you ever delete any of the internet history or the records that were on that computer?
No.
Sir, I want to direct your attention to August of 2008. Was there a time that your sister Casey returned back to the house on Hope Springs Drive?
Yes.
During that time, did you have the opportunity to have private conversations with her?
Yes, I did.
During one of these conversations, did your sister tell you a different version of how Kaylee was taken from her?
Yes, she did.
Can you please tell the jury what she told you during this conversation?
She told me that she met Zanny, who was her nanny, as well as Zanny's sister and her children at J. Blanchard Park, which is here in Orlando. And during that meeting, Zanny held Casey down and told her that she was taking Kaylee from her. And she did that with the help of her sister.
Did your sister describe to you how she was held down?
Yeah, from what I recall, she was held like on her wrists. She was held down. They were both supposedly sitting on like a park bench or something like that, and then she was held down.
Did your sister tell you why Kaylee was taken from her?
I believe she did. I don't recall exactly what she told me.
Okay.
He was probably blacked out with
Do
rage.
you recall giving a deposition back on July 30th of 2009?
Yes.
Correct,
Do you remember being
James.
asked the circumstances surrounding the taking and being asked that particular question?
Yes.
Do you remember what your response was?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. Can you go to page? Recording counsel, I'm referring to the deposition of July 30th, 2009, page 279, lines 1 through 25.
This is the 2011 Casey Anthony trial. It's an old trial, but we're revisiting it because Casey was nominated as part of the Crazy Broads Club this December. And if you are interested in criminal trials, whether they are new or old, I highly recommend that you subscribe to the channel and you like this stream. Thanks so much, guys.
Lines 1 through 25, Judge.
Okay. You have it, Mr. Bass?
Your Honor, I'm bringing it up on the screen now for the witness and for the. Specifically, I'm going to be referring to lines 17 through 25, and on page 280, which I'll put up in a minute, lines 1 through 4. Mr. Anthony, if you would take a look at lines 17 through 25. Just let me know when you're done.
I'm finished with that part.
Okay.
Row.
Again, sir, I'll ask you to read lines 1 through 3.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Mr. Anthony, what was, does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. What did your sister tell you the reason for Kaylee being taken was?
In Zanny's opinion, Casey was not being a good mother to Kaylee, or wouldn't be a good mother for Kaylee. And she was taking Kaylee from her to teach her a lesson, and also told her not to go to the police or anything like that.
Did she also give you a description, a detailed description of what Zenaida Gonzalez looked like?
Yes, she did. She was kind of normal height, about 5'8", 5'10"-ish, good complexion, long hair, of Spanish. That's about what I recall.
Just to be clear, do you recall being asked that question and giving an answer during that same deposition?
Yes.
Would looking at that answer, the answer that you gave back in July 2009, refresh your memory?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Can we bring up report and counsel? And I'll be bringing up. I'm referring to page 280, lines 15 to 21. Okay, take a look at that, Mr. Anthony.
Okay.
Okay. I believe you touched on some of those things, but you recall saying giving some other description, or your sister giving you some other descriptions of what this Zenaida person.
I believe the witnesses said that this has refreshed his recollection or not.
Excuse me. After reading that, Mr. Anthony, has your memory been refreshed as to all of the details that your sister gave you in terms of a description of Zenaida?
All the details that I said there, yes.
Okay. What did she tell you?
What I'd missed there was she was approximately 100 pounds, and that she would keep it darker complexion, like tanning or something like that.
Now, did your sister also tell you what she was doing or what she saw as Kaylee was being taken from her?
I don't recall exactly what I said now.
Do you recall giving another deposition on February 27th of 2009?
Yes.
Do you recall that question being asked of you, your sister's reaction to Kaylee being taken away, and what your response was?
I don't remember what my response was.
If I showed you that, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
Okay. For court and counsel, I'll be putting it up on the screen. I'm referring to the deposition taken on February 27th of 2009. I'm specifically referring to page 101, page 104, lines 15 through 19. Okay. Have you had a chance to read that, Mr. Anthony?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did that refresh your memory as to what your sister told you about her reaction to her daughter being taken from her?
Her reaction, maybe you'd ask what she saw.
Okay. What was that?
What she saw?
Her reaction.
Her reaction for that was that she couldn't believe it was happening, and it felt kind of like surreal to her.
Did she indicate that she did anything to stop Zenaida from taking her daughter?
She did not.
Did she tell you why she didn't do anything?
That she was scared and she didn't know what to do.
After
this family
Kaylee was taken from her, did your sister indicate to you that this Zenaida person was controlling her movements or telling her what to do?
She did tell me that, yes.
Any more specific than that? In what way?
Specifically through MySpace at the time, that she had Casey's password and would send her, like you can kind of send yourself a message or post something so only you can see it on your account. She would do things like that to kind of instruct her on what to do, where to go, things like that.
And did she indicate that she would go to these places that Zenaida told her to go?
She did.
Did she tell you why she did that?
To hope to see Kaylee, to hope to fulfill whatever obligations were being set upon her.
You had mentioned during your last response about MySpace and also Facebook.
I don't remember Facebook specifically. I know MySpace was just there at the time.
I got
Do you know what Timer 55 is?
It was a password that Casey had specifically for MySpace.
Thank you.
Did you ask her what Timer 55 meant?
I did.
Do you recall what her explanation of what Timer 55 meant?
Dr. Bullbutter.
Well, her first explanation was she did not create the password, but her feeling expressed to me on what it was. Her explanation was that from the date Kaylee was taken from her until Kaylee's birthday on August 9th, that there were 55 calendar days within that period of time. And it was her understanding that, or maybe her hope and belief that she was going to get her back on that date. But that's all she really had to share with me.
All right, so day 1 would be June 16th, and day 55 would be August 9th.
Correct.
You indicated in your answer that she told you that she did not create this password.
That is what she told me. Yes.
Did she tell you who did create this password?
She told me that Zenaida did.
Did she tell you how Zenaida was able to change her old password to her new one?
I would imagine she would have had her old one.
But you don't know how.
I don't know. I don't know the specifics.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, Judge, I have no further questions of the witness.
Cross-examination.
I wonder if her
Morning,
and
Ms.
her
Frantic. Good morning.
family were
So if I
talking.
understand your testimony correctly, your sister told you another story about the imaginary Zanny the nanny?
Yes, she told me another story about Zanny the nanny, yes.
And she told you that that Zanny the nanny would contact her through MySpace.
Yes, she did.
And that she would tell her what to do, how to control her, so she didn't call the police.
Correct.
And maybe like go places.
Correct.
So maybe she could see Kaylee.
Sure, yes.
And was this like going to phone booths and things like that, or different locations to be able to try and find Zanny the nanny? Or was there any more detail other than that?
I don't believe we got into detail on exactly where she would go, but I would imagine it was like stores
Because
and
it was
you know,
all
places
shit.
like that.
And she would go to these stores and do what?
Outside the scope and calls for speculation.
If Mr. Anthony knows based upon what his sister said, objection overruled.
Look for Kaylee, walk around.
And none of these MySpace, imaginary MySpace posts to find this imaginary Zanny ever panned out for her, did it?
It goes beyond the witness's knowledge and calls for speculation.
Overruled unless that was told to you by Ms. Anthony. You're not to guess about what you think, but only what she told you about that limited subject.
She was never successful in finding Kaylee in any of those experiences.
And Zanny the nanny never materialized.
To this day, no.
Shockingly, no.
I have no further questions.
Okay, witness may be excused. Thank you, sir.
My feet got
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will
larger
read you the following stipulation
like
between the state
35
and the defense.
for
On
no
December
reason.
11th, 2008, the Orange County utility dispatcher made a recorded call to 911 that was received by the Orange County Sheriff's Office at 9:31.02 hours. The recording is a true and accurate representation of the call. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. You may proceed. You may publish.
Yes, this is Orange County Utility Emergency Dispatch. We found a human skull.
Oh my gosh.
I know. We got is it a meter reader? Yes. I'm going to speak right now with the representative from our field services. This is Benny with Orange County Utilities.
Hey, Benny.
Hi. I'm going to let you speak with Rusty Spare, and everything is recorded. Here he is.
How are you doing?
Hey, Rusty.
One of my meter readers supposedly has found a skull of a he believes it's human.
What's the location?
It's right off of Suburban and Chickasaw in the Kelly Anthony area. Right by the.
Oh, do you have a specific address for me or not?
No, it's right by the school. If you take it,
You are
Yeah.
Suburban and Goldenwood?
Suburban and Chickasaw.
Chickasaw, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and the school is right there. I can't think of the name of the school. Just go right straight down. It
pregnant.
ends right into the woods. It'll be on the east side of Chickasaw, Suburban.
East side of Chickasaw. And what is your party's name that we're going to meet with?
His name's Roy, R-O-Y, Kronk, K-R-O-N-K.
He's not touching this, I hope.
No,
K-R-O-N-K. And he's a
he's a meter reader.
meter reader?
Yeah, and I'll just tell him to stay at that location and just stay away from everything.
Okay. And if you can, try to stress to him to please not draw attention to the area.
Okay.
And that would be great, just in case it is something that may be nothing, but just in case. And you're from what department?
Utilities customer service.
Utilities.
And if you need any information, my phone number is 407-254-9751.
9751? Okay, Rusty, I'm going to go ahead and send a call up for a deputy to meet with him.
Okay.
And we'll see you there very shortly. What type of vehicle is he going to be in?
Probably a Colorado, small Colorado white. Orange County, and I have Orange County insignia on it.
Okay, white Colorado truck.
Yes.
And with Orange County markings.
Yes.
Orange County markings. Okay, we'll see you there very shortly, okay?
Right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
You may continue.
Your Honor, the next witness is Edward Turso.
Edward Turso. Last name is Turso.
You may proceed.
Thank you. How are you employed, sir?
With the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
In what capacity?
Deputy.
Are you assigned to a patrol division?
Yes, Sector 2.
Were you assigned to the patrol division in Sector 2 back on December 11th, 2008?
I was.
On that date, did you respond to a call that was received by the Orange County Sheriff on Suburban Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, whenever I do my lips, part of the application process is you can't let them touch, which is why I couldn't talk. I just had a random growth spurt of my feet in my 30s, and I went from a 7 to an 8, like full stop. It was wild.
Do you recall, or do the records of the Orange County Sheriff reflect the time of your arrival at that location?
I don't recall the time, but off the top of my head, it was very early in the morning.
And not
You may-
no pregnancy.
Tell me if you recognize the document that I've just shown you.
Yes, it's my supplement. Very important.
That is something authored by you
Yes,
at or near the time of the event that we're discussing.
yes.
Does
Says,
that refresh your recollection as to the time that you responded to this call on Suburban Drive on December 11th of 2008?
yes, 9:32.
9:32 a.m.
Yes.
Describe this location, if you would.
It was an intersection. To the right was a very wooded area.
Did you meet there with an individual that was identified to you as Roy Kronk?
Yes, I did.
Did Mr. Kronk take you anywhere?
Yes, he took me into the woods.
How did that happen? Tell the members of the jury what happened
What I
once
did
you
was-
arrived.
I identified myself as Mr. Crump. I asked him, how could I help him? He had previously called 911. He told me he had to go relieve himself in the woods and found what he believed was a skull.
Did you go into the woods with him then?
Yes, I asked him, show me.
Okay. Did he go in first?
He led me in, yes.
Did you follow?
Yes, I was right behind him, following him all the way to we actually passed the bag and skull.
Okay. Were you able to backtrack and locate the item that he had called about?
Yes, once we passed it, I would say 5-10 feet, stopped. He looked around, wondered what happened. He looks over my shoulder, and there is the site that he was referring to.
Okay. What did you do at that point?
I walked over to it. I stood over the skull, looked at it, and we left the area right away.
Did you touch it in any fashion?
Not at all.
Did Mr. Kronk touch it in your presence?
Not at all.
What action did you take once you left the woods?
Once we left the woods, I had him go back to his car. I called my sergeant. I started Mr. Crump on a statement of written what had happened, and we roped off the area with crime scene tape.
Did you stay there until the arrival of other deputies and supervisors who then took over control of that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no other questions of the witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Hi, Jennifer.
Did Mr. Kronk advise you that he had called 3 times in August?
No, he did not.
Sustain.
Were you made aware of any prior calls by this individual in August of 2008?
I think Peggy might be
Did you have any conversations with Mr. Kronk
Not caught
about where you advised him that he should not say anything about calling 3 times in August of 2008?
I move to another line of questioning because the hearsay answers.
If I can-
so.
Yes, you do.
I beg your pardon.
Sir, how far did you go into the woods?
Ballpark, 20 feet or so.
And that's when you passed where the skull was, correct?
No, I'd say it was
wait.
about 20 feet. I mean, I'm just going off the top of my head. I didn't measure it out or anything like that.
I made it seem like Peggy's crazy, and I forgot that I have that as a question over on my vertical chat. I'm sorry. Peggy's not crazy. It's me. I'm the crazy one.
20 feet from the street?
More or less.
Okay. And there's also a weed line, is there not?
What do you mean a weed line?
I knew that was going to be a tough question to answer. What I mean is there's grass that is mowed before you get into the area that's wooded, correct?
I don't think there was. All I remember is a wooded area.
Okay.
I don't remember seeing a mowed section
Narnia?
previously.
You just don't recall, or you're certain that there was?
I don't remember if there was a cleared path prior to the woods.
Okay. And when you came back, how far did you pass into the woods before you came back?
When we passed the site,
Yes.
I'd say we passed it by probably about 5 feet or so. When he turned around, he was looking a little bit confused, like, where to go? And then he turned and looked at me and pretty much over my shoulder said, oh, there it is.
And next to the skull, there was a fallen tree, correct?
There was a lot of vegetation. I can't tell you exactly if there was a fallen tree right next to the skull.
And there was also a white bag.
A white bag?
Do you recall seeing a white
Hi,
canvas bag?
Peggy.
No.
Do you recall seeing a bright red bag
Tuesday.
next to it?
I focused on the skull and the garbage
Write
bag
it
that was
down
next
so
to
you
it.
don't
Okay.
forget.
I can have just one moment.
Because we worry when we don't hear from you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Terso, you directed Mr. Kronk to his car,
Correct.
and then you directed him to write a statement.
Yes.
Did you give him any other directions other than those 2 things?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure what you're asking me. Did I ask him? I told him, here's a statement form. Tell me, write down what you told me, write it down.
But did you give him any other instructions as a police officer as what to do or what not to do?
Not that's coming to mind right now.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. May the deputy be excused for today, but not excused from his subpoena.
Yes, sir. Recall.
Okay. All right, deputy.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, who's the state's next witness?
Jennifer Welch.
Okay, members of the jury, we're going to take a 10-minute recess to 10:30 at this time. I'm going to ask you. Okay, the pool camera is hereby instructed to blur or pixelate the portion of any photograph that contains skull.
Oh.
And that is also the same instruction for the pool photographer. So if you can blur it out, pixelate it, then that's fine. No one else, including any journalists, will use a cell phone or any other electronic device to try to capture a photograph.
You want to bet?
The other rules about no one else pulling from the general audience, pulling out cell phones, cameras, or anything, those will be immediately confiscated by the court deputies.
Wow.
All right, let's return to jury.
Last name W-E-L-C-H.
Oh, she's
You may
really
proceed.
boring. Never
Thank you.
mind.
How
Nope.
are you employed, ma'am?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office in the Forensics Unit.
Okay. How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff?
I've been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office for just over 5 years.
What is your assignment within the forensics unit?
Within the Forensics Unit, I'm a crime scene investigator.
Did you hold that position back on December 11th of 2008? Notification.
What says the defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
Be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, what is it that you are preserving through the use of photography with this exhibit?
This photograph shows another section of the wooded area, and in this photograph is also the beginning of a path that led into the wooded area.
Right. The screen that you have available to you is also a telestrator. You can touch it and indicate if you're talking about a particular item within the photograph. You said that there's the beginning of a path.
Yes, there is.
All right. Can you show the members of the jury where that is on the photograph? Okay. If I may have FH for identification. Can you see FH?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Does that photograph fairly and accurately represent the portion of the exterior of the wooded area that you were trying to capture?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FH for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
Objections.
Be received in evidence. The state's
She's
numbered.
boring, but
Permission to
I
publish.
feel like these
You may publish.
pictures are important.
Investigator Welch, what is this that we're looking at?
This is another photograph of the wooded area. In this photograph, it also shows the beginning of a path that led down into the wooded area.
Can you show us on this photograph where that is? Would it be fair to say that this series of photographs were taken from a panoramic perspective from your right, then moving to your left?
Yes, this series is.
If I may have FI for identification. Is that photograph a fair and accurate representation of the next section of woods as you found them that morning?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FI for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
Be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
What is it that we're seeing in this photograph?
This is a photograph of another section of the wooded area.
In relation to the path that you had indicated on the prior exhibit, where is this?
I can't tell in this photograph where it is in relation to the path.
Okay. If I may have FJ for identification. Is that photograph a fair and accurate representation of another portion of the exterior of the woods as you found them on the morning of December 11th?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FJ for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
Be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
May we publish?
You may publish.
Right. Ms. Welch, in relation to the path, excuse me, that you had discussed earlier, what is the vantage point of this photograph?
This photograph would show the area to the left if facing the woods or to the east.
Is the beginning of the path shown in this photograph?
No, it's not.
Where would it be in relation to this photo?
It would be out of the picture to the right.
Okay, over here.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. The item at the edge of the photograph on the left side, can you see that?
Yes.
What is that?
It appears to be crime scene tape.
If I may have FK for identification. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is a photograph showing the wooded area and the actual street.
Okay. Is that photograph fair and accurate representation of the conditions of that area on December 11th of 2008?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FK for identification into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Be received in evidence. It states numbered.
Permission to publish that item.
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, is this the vantage point looking almost directly to the left?
Yes, to the east.
This is the crime scene tape that we saw at the end of the last photograph?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and these are these sheriff's office vehicles?
Yes, that's correct.
If I may have FL for identification? Can you see that item?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
I recognize this to be a photograph of the wooded area showing the path that went down into the wooded area.
Is this photograph fair and accurate representation of the conditions of the woods as you found them upon arrival?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FL for identification into evidence.
No objections.
Be received in evidence. It states numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Can you use the telestrator to show the members of the jury the pathway that you've designated? What is this item that appears in the pathway? Do you recall?
That item is a sign that is advertising for kinder care, daycare.
Can you tell from this photograph, or can you demonstrate on this photograph, the path on the ground?
Yes.
All right, may I have FM for identification?
Oh, Lefty's here.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately represent a continuation of the pathway?
Oh my God,
Yes.
Lefty.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FM for identification into evidence.
Okay.
It will be received in evidence. It states numbered.
Permission to publish?
Notice how I was like, oh, Lefty's here. Like, oh, that's so nice. And then I saw what he said. This is special. It's really, really special. Will this rematch change anything, or is this a triggering waste of time? Well, sounds like you've already made up your mind. But we are just trying to inform people and let people know that there is support for Crazy Broads Incorporated, which Casey seems to be the co-founder of. And review. Well, let me read that question. Will this review change anything? Well, no. I think that my opinion still stands. I believe that we're doing something right because our numbers have been through the roof. We have been, I need to stop looking at the chat. We have been growing exponentially, and we've been getting thousands upon thousands upon thousands of views per stream. So we're going to keep going with it. So let's continue.
You may publish.
There are a few artifacts on this photograph. What are those?
I believe those to be raindrops.
Oh.
I may have FN for identification. Investigator Welch, do you see what's displayed in FN?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the condition of the woods as you move further into the path?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FN for identification into evidence.
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Can you indicate on the photograph how the path goes through this wooded area?
Yes.
If I could have FO for identification. Is this a fair and accurate representation of the section of the woods as, again, you move further along the path?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FO for identification into evidence.
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Thank you.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Can you indicate on this photograph how the path makes its way through the woods?
Yes.
367,000 views.
What are these items
I'm so
along
sorry to bore
the
you, Pearl.
red illustration that I've added to the photo?
Those are vine vegetation.
Is this all hanging off of trees?
Yes, it is.
I have FP for identification. Do you see FP for identification?
Yes, I do.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate representation of the portion of the floor of the woods?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce FP for identification into evidence.
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Ms. Welch, did the Office of the Medical Examiner, with you present, ultimately recover a skull from this area?
Yes, it did.
Is the skull shown in this photograph?
Yes, it is.
Can you show the members of the jury, if you can circle it, where the skull is? May I have FQ for identification? Is FQ a fair and accurate representation of a close-up of the skull as it was found by you and members of the Office of the Medical Examiner?
Yes, it is.
Excuse
Your Honor,
me.
at this point, I would seek to
Fucker came
introduce
out of nowhere.
FQ for identification into evidence.
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish this item, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Ms. Welch, what portion of the skull is this?
This would be the top, and you can see part of the right side of the skull.
Bridal.
If I may have FR for identification? Is that photograph a fair and accurate representation of the location of the skull, pulled a little further back for orientation purposes?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FR for identification into evidence.
What's this defense?
No objections.
We
Because
received an
the
evidence
state
that states numbered.
botched this case.
Permission to publish this item?
You may publish.
Ms. Welch, where is the skull found within this photograph? Oh, let me get rid of that line.
Sorry.
It's how we have to have our criminal justice system work.
It's located to the west of the log.
Sorry, that was my French bulldog.
May I have FS for identification?
Yeah, it is a shit show.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of the view looking back out towards the road?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FS for identification into evidence.
Minimize.
What's as to defense?
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
And permission to publish.
You may publish.
Ms. Welch, Investigator Welch, what is your position when this photograph is taken relative to the skull?
I would be standing near the skull looking west. I don't recall exactly where in this photo.
Okay. And what is this item, just for clarification, in the photograph?
That's a light pole.
Is that light pole on Suburban Drive?
Yes, it is.
Are you talking about
May
Full
I have
Sail?
FT for identification. Do you see FT?
Yes, I do.
Is this another angle
that shows additional evidence items that were ultimately collected by the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, it is.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the skull with other items associated with it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FT for identification into evidence.
What's that, defense?
No objections.
Be receiving evidence, it states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, can you identify in the photograph the other items of evidence and then orient us to the skull as well?
Yes, I can. The skull is located to the west of the northwest area of the log. Directly northwest of the skull is a black plastic bag. On top of the black plastic bag, at the northwest corner area, is a off-white canvas bag. To the
This
west
is important.
of the skull is a plastic Disney bag. And that's all that I'm able to observe in this photo.
Yes, ma'am.
Important.
If I may have FU for identification?
And I didn't know why.
Does this photograph
until
fairly
today.
and accurately represent the scene as you found it with other items of evidence that were ultimately collected?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FU for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, sir.
Be receiving evidence, it states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, can you orient us to the various items in the photograph in relation to where the skull is?
Yes. This would be the log. This is the off-white canvas bag, the black plastic bag, and the black plastic bag and off-white canvas bag would be to the northwest of the skull, which I can't really see in this photo, but it would be in this direction.
May I have FV for identification? Can you see FV?
Yes, I can.
Oh, he
Does
meant
FV
FU.
fairly and accurately
Got
depict the
it.
condition that you found the skull in on December 11th?
Yes, it does.
Funny.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce FV for identification into evidence.
No objections.
It will be receiving evidence, it states numbered.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, where are you standing when this photograph is taken?
I'm standing to the northwest of the skull amongst the vegetation that's located along the west side.
Did this vegetation on the west side obscure your view of the skull to a certain degree?
Yes.
Can you show us where the skull is and which portion of the skull we are viewing in this picture?
Yes. This photograph shows the skull
Don't
and the front
apologize for
of
cussing.
the skull at that location.
May I have FW for identification? Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict another section near where the skull was located?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I'd seek to introduce FW for identification into evidence.
No objections.
It will be receiving evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
I wonder how much.
Investigator Welch, you had earlier mentioned a log in your testimony. Is that log shown in FW or 185 in evidence?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If you could just illustrate on there which log you were referring to.
Yes.
I wonder how much Jose.
And where are the
Baez
other evidence items that you
Container
made reference
that?
to as it relates to this log?
They're located on the west side of the log, which would be on this side.
after this trial?
There is an item that is red, right? Not the one that I made, but next to it. What is that?
That is the plastic Disney bag.
This is
And what
important.
other, let me clear it. What other evidence items are visible in this photograph?
Visible in this photograph is the black plastic bag and off-white canvas bag.
May I have FX for identification? Does FX represent, fairly and accurately represent a view of the evidence items under the log?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce FX for identification into evidence.
What says defense?
No objections.
Be receiving evidence as.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
For anyone who's interested, my
Investigator Welch,
best
can you show
friend
us where the log is in this photograph in relation to other items in
is a
other
Disney
items that
vacation
were ultimately taken
person.
as evidence?
Yes, the log
For what it's worth.
is right here. And in relation to the items of evidence, there's a black plastic bag there.
Thank you.
The skull. And in this photograph, you can see a pair of shorts.
May I have FY for identification? Can you see FY?
Yes, I can.
Does it fairly and accurately depict a different vantage point of those evidence items that you just described?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FY for identification into evidence.
No objections.
It will be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
I will never get on a jury's back for how
Again, if you could
they
orient
come
us
a
to the
decision,
various
ever.
evidence items in this
Ever.
photograph.
Yes. That's the skull. In this photograph, you can see a pair of shorts and the black plastic bag. And barely visible is the red plastic Disney bag.
They did their job. They
May I have FZ for identification?
did it with what they had. It was the state's case to make sure.
Does FZ fairly and
without a
accurately represent a
They
close-up
didn't do it, you guys.
image of the skull as you found it?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd seek to introduce
Unfortunately.
FZ for identification into evidence.
No objections.
It will be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Can you orient us to the items that are depicted in 188?
Yes, I can.
What would the alternative
The
be?
skull is in that location. And this photograph shows also the black plastic bag.
Because she certainly did it.
May I have GA?
But we have a criminal justice system that is supposed to work a
Do
certain
you see
way.
GA?
Yes, I do.
Does GA fairly and accurately represent another angle of evidence items ultimately collected in this case?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I'd seek to introduce GA for identification into evidence.
No objections.
It will be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, can you orient us to evidence items in the photograph?
Yes, I can. Black plastic bag. And in this photograph, you can see a pair of shorts.
It's not our problem.
May I have GB for identification? Investigator Welch, can you determine if there are evidence items in GB?
Yes, there is.
Does this fairly and accurately depict those items?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce GB for identification into evidence.
No objections.
Be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Investigator, what evidence item appears in this photograph?
I
In this
agree
photograph,
with you,
can
Ashley.
see a small section of a beer bottle that was found on scene, and barely visible in the top corner is a black plastic bag.
This is the part that turned it for me when I knew that she did it.
May I have GC for identification? Do you see GC?
Yes, I do.
Right. What is represented in this photograph?
In this photograph is a view of the skull as well as items of evidence.
And does this photograph fairly and accurately depict what you are attempting to capture through photography?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce GC for identification into evidence.
No objections.
Be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish?
What maybe
publish.
just said is everything. This is the most
Can you orient
important
us to
comment of the day.
the other items of evidence that you made reference to?
Yes. Barely visible in the photograph is the black plastic bag. And also in this photograph is clothing remnants.
How would you describe that piece of clothing remnant?
It is a collar with a tag still present.
Where would the front portion of the skull be in relation to these items?
The front of the skull would be located right there.
May I have GD for identification?
You can ask maybe.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict one of the evidence items that you just described?
Yes, it does.
You can ask maybe. We just covered a trial that is local to me, that I was across the street when it happened, and I actually took photos of the crime scene, which I'm really surprised nobody contacted me about those. Anyways, I was really worried when a verdict came in. And I don't know why. I knew that he was working in the parameters of his job, and he had to use force to save his own life. But it was just, there were such high emotions. And even before the verdict came out, I said to Maybe in the chat, I was like, no matter what they decide, I'm not going to be using my platform to like yell at a bunch of people who dedicated several days of their time, in this case, weeks, time with their family. They were in a hotel for making the wrong decision. That is nobody's place. And that is my soapbox that I am going to land my plane on.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce GD for identification.
No objections.
Be receiving evidence of states
You
numbered.
want to leave?
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Okay.
Which evidence item have you taken a close-up picture of in this case?
This
In
is
this
a
photograph, I'm sorry.
This is a close-up photograph of the clothing remnants, which I previously described as the collar with remaining tag.
Can you show us where that is?
Yes. The tag.
No,
by the arrow.
not dog collar. Like
What
a
is this
collared
item
shirt.
at the bottom of the photograph?
That would be the front of the skull with duct tape.
May I have GE for identification?
This is the duct tape part everyone was talking about.
Does GE fairly and accurately depict evidence items ultimately collected by the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd seek to introduce GE for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections.
It will be receiving evidence as states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, can you orient us to the various items shown in this photograph?
Yes. This would be the off-white canvas bag. This large black item is the black plastic bag. And in this photograph, you can also see the skull.
Prior to collection, could you tell whether or not any of the items were contained inside each other? For example, was any portion of the black plastic within the white canvas?
Not that I can tell.
Oh, this is so sad. I'm so sorry.
If I may have GF for identification. Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict items of evidence in the condition in which they were found?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce GF for identification into evidence.
No objections.
Be receiving evidence as states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
What is your vantage point when you took this photograph?
I would have been standing to the east of the black plastic bag, which would have been northeast of the skull.
Does this photograph show vegetation that obscured these evidence items from the vantage point you just described?
Yes, it does.
And which items are shown in the photo?
In this photo is the off-white canvas bag and the black plastic bag.
Is the skull in the photo at all?
I can't tell from this photo.
Okay. Can I direct your attention to an item in the corner? Can you see that?
Yes,
What is that?
that appears to be duct tape.
Was that duct tape free on the scene, or was it the duct tape that you had earlier described as being with the skull?
It was the duct tape that I had earlier described as being on the skull.
May I have GG for identification?
My God.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately represent the evidence items that were ultimately collected from a different vantage point?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce GG for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections.
Be receiving evidence as states numbered.
Permission to publish this item?
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, can you tell us?
I don't think that I've told you guys this. When I was a lobbyist, I mean, once a lobbyist, always a lobbyist, my nickname was Loophole Lacey. So, like, I guess the way that my brain works, I'm more I'm more pessimistic, and I look at reasonable doubt in any and all situations. So I won't sugarcoat things. And I'll also call out when I think someone is guilty as sin, because regardless, they deserve a fair trial. And that's where a lot of people get really like overly emotionally involved, I think is the appropriate way to put it. Well, they should just be taken out back and shot. Okay, Steve. Or we do what's right and not commit more murders in the process. Oh, shit. Sorry, maybe. But yeah, I am a big proponent. You should be able to say what you want to say. We live in America, and you should have access to a fair defense if you are found in a horrible situation. And in this case, I've said it about 4 times today, after my own experience trying to review this to get it ready for y'all, the state did way too much. I know that sounds crazy. The state could have provided so much less and gotten a guilty verdict. The state did wrong by Kaylee. And all Hosey had to do was get up there and say George's name and poke around in the the areas of, reasonable doubt. And bingo, bango, wham. The local trial that I just covered here, the verdict, the jury rather, they were out longer than the jurors here, which I thought was very surprising.
What your vantage point is when taking this photograph?
Yes, I would have been standing partially over the log to the southeast of the skull.
Okay. Is the log shown in the photograph anywhere?
Barely, along the bottom.
Okay. Did you have to lean over the log to take this photo?
Yes.
Can you show us what items of evidence are within the photograph?
Yes. The black plastic bag.
Someone
Barely
wants
visible
to
is
pay
the
for me
white
to go to
off-white
law
canvas bag.
school. Just let me know.
The red plastic Disney bag. And that would be the skull.
May I have GH for identification? Investigator Welch, do you see GH?
Yes, I do.
Does GH fairly and accurately represent a close-up
On the
of items
contrary,
of
I
evidence
think
that you
they
described?
did.
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce GH for identification into evidence.
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
But being a lobbyist has also
Investigator Welch, what are we looking at in 196
afforded
in
me
evidence?
the ability.
This is a close-up photograph of duct tape that was on the front of the skull. And in the photograph, you can also see the clothing remnants.
Is that this item?
Yes, that's the clothing remnants.
With a tag in this direction?
Yes, that's correct.
which I love.
Can I have GI for identification? Is this another angle of the same evidence item?
Yes, it is.
Is there another item that can be seen in the photograph as I've marked with a red line?
Yes.
Is this photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition of?
Can someone message expert and ask if Lacey's going to be on tonight? Because I can't look on my phone. My camera is my phone. Not to be weird, but I want to know if that's out there, and if it is, I I'm going to have to, I'll do it. I need to know.
The items as you found them.
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce GI for identification into evidence.
No objection.
You received evidence that states numbered.
I love that.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Wow.
Investigator Welch, I had made a mark with a red line before the item was published. What is it that is shown in that photograph?
On scene, it appeared to be a white towel, but I was later advised that it was a blanket.
My God.
May I have GJ for identification? Do you see GJ?
Yes, I do.
Does that fairly and accurately depict another vantage point?
Yes, it does.
Okay, Your Honor, at this point, I'd seek to introduce GJ for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections.
We received an evidence as states numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a view standing near the black plastic bag and off-white canvas bag, showing a view towards Suburban Drive.
Does this fairly and accurately represent how the scene as you found it that morning?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce GJ
thank
for identification
God.
into evidence. Oh, I already did that. Sorry. All right. What is the evidence item that you made reference to?
We're going straight in.
Please, court. Investigator Welsh,
You look
good morning.
sharp.
Good morning.
I wanted to talk to you about your position.
Okay.
As a crime scene investigator, one of the first and most important things that you do is try to document the scene.
Yes, that's correct.
And your job is incredibly important because you want to try and show as best you possibly can the jurors what that scene looked like when you first arrived.
Yes, that is correct.
And you were trained extensively on how to do this.
Yes, that would be correct.
And part of that reason, well, the main reason for that is that you never get a second chance at an actual crime scene.
Yes, it is rare.
And the importance of having a scene preserved is because once people come in, it would get contaminated.
Yes.
And the more people that come in and observe the scene, the more contamination it has, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And if there is a body or remains that have been tampered with, that would affect everyone's ability to do their job, correct?
Yes.
It would affect investigators to be able to determine what happened at that location.
Yes.
It could affect as well the medical examiner in determining what may or may not have happened to a limited extent, right?
It could.
Yes. And some of the things you also look for is to see if a scene is staged, do you not?
Yes.
And it is very common when you have scenes to be careful and to observe and look for these things of what may be a staged scene, correct?
Yes.
And that's because sometimes there are people who try to conceal certain items of evidence. You may answer.
I'm sorry, can you repeat again?
Sure. And that's because sometimes people try to conceal certain items of evidence.
They may.
And then there are those staged scenes where people try to make the scene look like something else happened there.
Yes, they could.
And that is why it is paramount to the utmost
Love him or
importance
hate him.
that
Well put
the
together.
scene be preserved and that the scene not be tampered with in any way.
Yes, that would be correct.
May I publish state's evidence GE?
What's the evidence number?
93? 193.
You may.
I don't know if, can you all see that? Okay.
Is Ashley
Now I'd
still
like to draw
working?
your attention to,
Wait, can't see.
I'm sorry. That wouldn't be fair. Investigator Webb, can you see it now? ma'am?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to the duct tape area. Can you draw a circle around the duct tape? Now, is it fair to say, Investigator Welch, that the duct tape is somewhat in the air on this photograph?
Shane.
It appears it could be.
Okay. And you can see almost the entire width of the duct tape, can you not?
Yes, it appears you can.
And it is, would this area be classified as the front of the skull?
Yes.
And the end portion of the duct tape would be right there, would it not?
Yes, if that is the duct tape, yes.
Oh, also.
So as you see it now, it is flat on the ground, pointed at, I guess what could best be described as 1 o'clock, correct? In that direction?
I can't tell if it's flat on the ground, but it does appear to be pointed in that direction.
Can I see GF?
I am going to put that on the screen.
Okay. May I publish state's evidence 194?
You may.
I've had a Twitter since this trial, July.
Can you see that photograph? Investigator
2008.
Welch?
Yes, I can.
Can the jury see it as well?
I'm so
No.
old.
Here you do not see, I'm going to draw a circle around the duct tape if that's okay. Can you see that there?
Yes,
Okay. Here you see the duct tape, but not the skull, correct?
it appears to be the duct tape, yes.
And it is also lying, or appears to be lying, flat on the surface.
I can't tell if it's laying flat.
You can almost see the entire width of it, correct?
Yes,
And there appears to be an end piece right about there.
I don't.
if that is the duct tape, yes.
And then the other end piece would be down here. I may have drawn over. Let me clear that. Down there.
Yes, it appears to be.
Can I have GH, please? May I publish, Your Honor, State Evidence 196?
You may.
Can you see that, Investigator Welch?
Yes, I can.
Can the ladies and gentlemen of the jury see it? Now, this is a close-up of the duct tape, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, here you can see pretty much the entire width of the tape. Can you not? Right there, through there?
Yes,
And here, you actually see the end of the duct tape, do you not?
yes, it appears to be the end.
Where it would be the cutted edge or something to that effect?
I can't tell if it's cut, but it appears to be an end.
You can see that it's an uneven edge, can you not?
Yes, I can.
And that would appear to be the end of that piece of duct tape, correct?
It does appear to be.
That was GH, correct? Can I have GI? Your Honor, may I publish State's Evidence 197?
You may.
Investigator Watch, can you see that photograph?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Now, what we're looking at, again, is almost the width of the entire duct tape from here to there.
Yes,
And this area here appears to be the edge of the duct tape or the ending.
it appears to be a section of the ending.
Can I have the last vote? May I show Your Honor the jury State's Evidence 199?
You may.
Investigator Welch, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Now, this is Investigator Hansen, correct?
Yes,
And he is currently collecting the skull at this time.
yes,
And he is also at the same time collecting the duct tape, is he not?
yes.
And in order to collect all of them, do you notice that he has to apply some force to lift all of those items together?
He would have to apply force to lift it, just like you would have to lift anything.
And he's also including extra, I guess, foliage where I've just drawn. Can you see that?
It does appear that he is also grabbing vegetation.
That's a better word. And also, he is also applying pressure in this area, is he not, as he's collecting it?
I can't tell.
He would have to in order to lift it.
In order to lift the skull,
And he's not wearing any protective footwear, is he?
not other than boots.
And the person next to him is also not wearing any protective footing, are they?
No,
And it appears his other leg is also stepping on other items of evidence that would be collected. Is that correct?
they could be.
Hold on, guys. 1 second.
I can have just one moment.
Okay. One last thing.
Thank you, Investigator Welch. I have no further questions at this time.
Perfect.
Redirect. Okay, Investigator Welch, you may be excused.
Thank you.
Subject to rebut.
Thank you.
Oh, shit.
My name is Stephen Hansen, Hanson. I'm the Chief Investigator for the District 9 Medical Examiner's Office.
Mr. Hansen, how long have you worked for the medical examiner's office?
Here, almost 7 years.
And who is the medical examiner for the District 9?
The Chief Medical Examiner is Dr. Jan Garavaglia.
Prior to working with the medical examiner in District 9, where have you worked before that?
For about 18 months prior to coming here, I was a crime scene manager for the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. For 11 years prior to that, I was the Chief Investigator for the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office in San Antonio, Texas.
I'm refocused.
Now, what are the responsibilities that you have in your present position?
As the Chief Investigator, I supervise and do the scheduling for all of the investigators assigned, but I also go ahead and work cases myself.
We're going to skip ahead, like I said.
Remains for later examination by the forensic pathologists that work for District 9 Medical Examiner's Office.
Yes, it is.
On or about, or on the 11th day of December of 2008, did you receive notification of the location of what believed to be human remains in the area of North County?
Cross-examination.
Oh, I'm so good.
Afternoon.
Mr. Mason?
It's the only time I ever want to see you.
Yes, sir.
I saw in the photographs that you identified, and I'll tell court and counsel in just a second which one it was. I believe it's exhibit number 201. Did I see 201? You see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
May we publish this, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did that work? Okay. Could you tell us what that is lying there in the grass or the right of way?
Which thing?
Well,
point out which one, because there are two things that are standing out there.
Okay. You point to one, tell me what it is. I don't know how to work this machine. I know what I see. You tell me what you see.
Okay. This thing right over here looks like a machete that was stuck into the ground.
And beside it?
And beside it is, I don't know. I just noticed it when we were reviewing photographs later. It looks like an arrow, but I didn't pay attention or notice that. Certainly wasn't anything that I put there.
Well, did you use the machete?
No.
Do you know who used the machete?
No, I don't. I didn't even notice the machete until I started looking at the pictures a lot closer.
Well, from the pictures you did look at when you were reviewing, it was clear that there had been, no pun intended, but some clearing of all of the woods there before you got there, wasn't there?
Objection, basis of knowledge. No.
I'm sorry?
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
It looks like somebody had cut a path through some of the underbrush. If you look at the center of that screen, kind of like here, it looks like somebody had cleared that a little bit, but that's how I found it. So I don't know who did it.
Did you, in your review of the photographs, look at a long series of photographs taken by Ms. Welch from CSI?
No, I just reviewed mine.
Just your own photographs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so by the time you got there, how many law enforcement and or CSI people had been on the scene? Do you know?
No, I don't, but there were several.
Bunch.
A lot.
And was the media there also the time you got there?
Not at the area of the scene. They were behind the yellow tape a block or so away.
All of them down the road?
Pretty much.
Okay. So you don't know how many people had preceded you in that area to clear debris and move things around?
No, I don't.
You've told us in a couple of, at least 3 times, I guess, you mentioned a log, a rotted log.
Excuse me?
A rotted log?
Yes, sir. A rotted log. Yes, sir.
And was that there laying in the area of or over the remains when you got there?
It was not over the remains. It was beside the remains. And yes, it was.
And do you know who moved that log?
Yes, sir. It was me.
Okay. And after you moved it, what did you find?
After I photographed it.
And then what did you find, sir?
I found a better visualization of the remains in the bags.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention specifically also now to exhibit number 209 in evidence. Oh, we have to do this down here.
Oh, I'm so annoyed.
I don't know how you take this off of here. How do you take this off?
I don't know this
what?
damn technology, you kids. Damn it.
No, I won't take this off.
Shit off.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I did.
You know, you just have pictures, you hold them up and take them up. Thank you. Then you stay right here.
No, waterproof,
I don't work for you.
smudge-proof,
Yeah, don't
everything proof.
All right.
Thank you very much. Now give me number 209, please. Oh, there it is.
So it doesn't make a difference what number it is. I can't see anything.
You can't see?
No, sir. Yes, sir.
May I publish this to the jury?
You may.
If I know how? Y'all tell me if I push the right button.
Yeah, you push right.
Got it? Mr. Hanson, I'm seeing duct tape laying flat on the surface of the ground there.
Objection to counsel's opinion
Well,
of the
go ahead.
photograph. Your Honor, can we approach?
No.
May I ask the question, please? Thank you, sir. I'm saying that duct tape looks like it's laying flat on the ground. Is that correct?
Objection, counsel. Expression of his opinion. The photograph speaks for itself.
Overruled.
What was the question?
It looks like it's lying flat on the ground. Is that correct, sir?
There is a portion of the duct tape that looks like it is laying on the ground. Yes.
All right, sir. And is there also an edge of that you can see? It appears to be torn.
Yes.
Would that be like the end of the tape?
I think.
I'm not sure whether that was the end of the tape or the fact that the duct tape itself had started to break down and the silver had come away from the fibrous reinforcement.
And that piece of duct tape, as it's lying there, sir, was it measured there at the scene?
Was it
measured?
No.
Were there?
It was not measured by. It was not measured by me.
Good enough. And when you took these photographs, were there any scales used to go with the photographs, like a ruler put down beside it or anything?
Have I gotten any more jewels?
I believe you told Mr. Ashton that this skull appeared to be somewhat embedded. Is that your word?
Yes.
And how deep was whatever it was embedded in, you know?
No, I don't. There was the ground clutter, which consisted of vegetation. I don't believe it was embedded in dirt per se. I think it was just embedded in the vegetation.
When you were asked to come there and look at this scene, do your job, did you know that did you know if anybody had moved that skull in any way before you got there?
The initial information that I received was that the person that found it may have kicked it, but that was
hearsay. Move to strike.
Damn.
So
I have motion to strike, Judge. Thank you. And ask the jury to disregard comment.
You done? On your watch, or what you did, then you don't have any firsthand knowledge about whether somebody had moved it before.
That is correct.
And then what you do is you gather it up, and as Mr. Ashton was showing us, republishing number 199. Can we have 199 now?
All right, guys. I have.
Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
May I show it to the jury again, Your Honor?
You may.
My nephew.
Do you know
is
who all those other
in
feet
here.
belong to?
Well, two of them are mine. I'm not 100% sure who the other folks were. I was concentrating. Excuse me?
You'd be officials, right?
Oh, yes. There was no one that wasn't authorized there.
And so what was, or what were the reasons you had for digging down and trying to gather as much of the material around the skull as you could?
The primary reason was to make sure that, one, I collected everything that was around it, and two, that I didn't move anything that was important, such as the duct tape and the hair mat.
So if the duct tape were positioned flat, as we saw the moment ago with the pictures,
Fact not in evidence in counsel's opinion.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
if the duct tape were in the position that was revealed in the photos we saw just a few moments ago, would you agree, sir, that when you lifted it all up, the duct tape would have changed position?
It could have.
And by the way, you mentioned some names. Dr. Utz was the on-call medical examiner that caught this case originally.
I don't know if he was on call, but he was the medical examiner that stayed to receive the remains when I got back to the medical examiner's office.
And that was on the
11th
of December, 2008.
Correct.
Ultimately, or a day or so later, if I read your report correctly, Dr. Garavaglia came in. Is that correct?
I came in
to the process.
Yes.
And she took over.
It seemed that way. That was where I was no longer involved. That was doctor stuff.
Well, now you went out there.
Hey guys, we're getting down in the viewers, so we're probably going to wrap this up sooner than later. If you could please make sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel, that does me a whole lot of help with the algorithm. And let me know if you have any thoughts. We love to keep chatting it up with you, so keep going.
There several days in a row, right? You went out there repeatedly to pick up evidence that had been found by the various CSI folks, right?
I was involved with the transportation, but not the analysis.
Right. But I mean, you went out there and you got whatever they had from that day's sifting work.
Sifting or searching of the
Square
area.
off of
yes.
old dudes.
Took it back to the medical examiner's office.
Correct.
And somebody put it together.
Obviously. Yes.
But what you?
No, sir.
Did you observe it?
Did I observe it? There were occasions when I was in the same room when they were doing some of the work, but I wasn't there to observe what they were doing. I was doing my job.
And what was being done with these items that you brought back from this scene was somebody was assembling the skeleton.
There were a number of things that were being done as part of a process, and obviously reconstructing it was part of it. Yes.
And was that process photographed?
Not by me.
Maybe two.
I'm here for you.
The log that you raised your hand, you said you moved it?
Yes, sir.
Did you photograph the whole thing before you moved it?
No. Anybody photograph you moving it?
I don't
you know of?
I couldn't while I was moving it, so I don't know if they were.
Okay, so what did you do with it?
Pushed it off to the left side in an area that we didn't believe would interfere with anything.
Completely away from the evidence field, or so you thought?
Yes.
All right.
All right.
I have one more minute.
You might.
Have you looked at all these photographs you took?
The ones that I took?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you seen, you already told me you didn't see all the ones that other people took.
That's correct.
Do you have any knowledge about a whiteboard, like a possible 2x4 or 1x6 laying across that log?
No, I don't.
Never saw anything like that
No,
when you got there, while you were there?
If it had been there when I got there, I would have photographed it because it shouldn't have been moved once I got there.
All right, I have no problem.
Okay.
Get a redirect? Okay,
All right, guys. So, you know what? You know what we're going to do? I am going to start the next cross-examination because it's going to be short, and then we're done for the day after that. And I'm going to send you elsewhere. So once I wrap up, don't leave. Go on a mystery tour. I think you'll like it. Okay. Let's get started.
Gary Lee Utz, UTZ.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us, please, how you're presently employed?
I'm the Chief Deputy Medical Examiner for Orange County.
Do you see what I'm saying? Like, everyone has the same job. It's very confusing. This is what I'm saying. Like, they nailed their own coffin, putting up too many witnesses.
How long have you had that job?
Since April of 2008.
Can you tell us what type of educational background you have that has qualified you for that position?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology and an MD, both from the University of Cincinnati, and training in anatomic and clinical pathology, and also a year of training in surgical pathology, fellowship year of training in forensic pathology, and I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology, and licensed to practice medicine in Florida and Ohio.
What is the primary focus of your present practice?
Forensic pathology.
And for how long a period of time has that been the primary focus of your practice?
Since 1997.
Now, are you, pardon me, were you involved in some aspect of the medical examiner's investigation of the death of Kaylee Anthony?
I was.
How did you first, prior to the remains being found, were you aware of Kaylee Anthony? Had you heard of her?
Yes, we were all aware of the missing child.
Now, how did you first become aware that something had been found that might relate to her and might involve your office?
I was in a deposition at the office involving a criminal case in which I had performed an autopsy when I was employed in Cincinnati. And Dr. Garavaglia interrupted the deposition and told me that skeletal remains had been found. There was a suspicion, of course, that this might be Kaylee Anthony. And she was leaving town and asked me to take charge of the case until she returned.
Do you remember approximately what time of the day this was on December the 11th?
I think it was before noon. It was late morning.
Now, did you dispatch Investigator Hansen to the scene, or was that something that Dr. Garavaglia did before she came to you?
I believe Dr. Garavaglia did that before.
So when is the next time that you had to do something involving this case?
Well, I had contact with Investigator Hansen while he was at the scene, and he reported to me in general what he had found, and that he would be bringing back some of the items that had been found. And I was prepared to receive them in the morgue and examine them preliminarily and provide some of the items to the FBI agent who was to transport them back to the FBI lab.
Is that one of the reasons that Dr. Garavaglia asked you to temporarily be involved to coordinate that evidence transfer issue?
Yes.
Now, do you ever do something and have no idea how to do it ever again?
This case, Kaylee Anthony's remains.
Well, there came in several bags, but one of them was a large a bag that contained another bag in which there were the garbage bags and the fabric laundry bag, along with the leaf litter and some of the remains, small bones and fabric. And there also was another bag which contained the skull along with the scalp hair and tape.
Did you, during your examination of these various items, did you direct that photographs be taken or take them yourselves of the appearance of various items?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness states CM for identification. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I believe this is the first photograph in the series of photographs after Investigator Hansen returned with the items.
And is this photograph that either you took or was taken at your direction?
It was taken at my direction.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the appearance of the particular item that it shows?
It does.
This time, Your Honor, move to evidence states exhibit CM.
Just a second.
Go ahead, Your Honor.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Guys, I've
Yeah,
spent
may
like
publish.
way too
Wait,
much
Dr.
time trying to
Susan's
figure
come
out how to do a redirect. I don't know if it's because like I have my monetization turned on. I don't know. But I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. So I'm sorry. I was hoping to send everyone over to Experts stream for Friday Night Live, and hopefully maybe can post the link for that down below. But if you haven't done so already, please make sure to like the stream and subscribe to the channel. And that's it. We are going to be live again on Tuesday at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. But just in case I do a pop-up live stream or put out any other community posts, make sure to turn on your notifications. Whenever you subscribe to a channel, it opts in automatically for personalized notifications. Go right above it and it says all, and there you go. You should be alerted whenever something new happens on my channel. And that's not very often. It won't annoy you by any means, but it'll keep you informed. So with that being said, I hope everyone has a lovely weekend, and I look forward to getting over the state's case next week. Like, I think more than any of you understand. It's just too long. So, okay, here, oh, no. Hopefully you guys see a thing for expert stream later. And yes, I will ask my nephew about how to create a snort counting thing. He is the tech guru in the family. So have a good one, guys. Turn on the notifications, like the stream, subscribe, share with a friend, be kind. It's the holiday season for like another couple days. Okay, guys, have a great rest of the night. Bye.